Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Everybody ready? Good afternoon, everyone. It's Tuesday, April 21st, 5 p.m. We are at our Paso Robles City Council meeting starting at 5 o'clock. We'll call roll call. Melissa?
Councilmember Bausch?
Here.
Councilmember Beal? Here. Councilmember Gregory?
Here.
Councilmember Strong?
Present.
Mayor Hammond?
Here. This afternoon, we have closed session items, 1, and legal conference with council regarding real property negotiations. I'll let our legal counsel let us know what we're going to be talking about.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we're going to be having a consultation with staff and with legal counsel regarding a portion of Pioneer Park located at 1910 Riverside Avenue. We're doing that pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8.
Okay, thank you. We'll open up public comments regarding closed session matters. Anyone wishing to speak? Seeing none in the room. Anyone online, Melissa?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll go ahead and adjourn to closed session and return at 6 p.m. for our regular meeting.
Test.
you want to lead us in the flag salute? Okay. Good. Everybody ready? Good evening, everyone. It's 6 o'clock, and this is our Paso Robles City Council meeting for Tuesday, April 21st. And we'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Chris Beal, and then invocation by Pastor Gabe Abadadas. Chris?
Join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you in Jesus' name. You are Lord over everything. You are on the throne and you reign over everything. Thank you for being in control. Thank you for extending your mercy and grace to us when we certainly don't deserve it. Thank you for the gracious opportunity you have granted us to come into your presence and ask for your blessing and your help. What a privilege it is to come to you and ask for whatever we need. We express our deep gratitude for our city of Paso Robles. On behalf of our city, I ask you to bless our city council with direction and wisdom during this meeting this evening. The fear of the Lord is and will always be the beginning of wisdom. We respect you, Father God, and give you all the honor and glory that we can possibly give, because you deserve it all. Now may the words of our mouth and the meditation of our hearts be acceptable in your sight, O Lord, our strength and our Redeemer. And as always, be magnified and glorified in Paso Robles. We ask these things in the name that is above every name, Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you call roll call, please?
Councilmember Bausch?
Here.
Councilmember Beal?
Here.
Councilmember Gregory?
Here.
Councilmember Strong?
Here.
Mayor Hammond?
Here. Staff introductions, beginning on my right.
Melissa Martin, City Clerk, joined by Mary Sponholz, Deputy City Clerk.
Warren Frace, Community Development Director.
Darcy Delgado, Associate Planner.
Sam Blips, Assistant Planner. Paul Paddock, Lieutenant Chief Fire Marshal.
Nita Esperanza, Public Works Chief Engineer. Ashley Hernandez, Public Services Manager.
David Caro, Public Works Operations Manager.
Shannon Cox, Community Department Growth Manager. Mariah Burke, Community Resources Growth Manager. Antonio Wilson, Community Services Director. Karen Jackson, IT. Linda Plusha, Recreation Services Manager.
Wayne Brown, Maintenance Services Superintendent.
Tim Porter, Water Manager.
Steve Boyette, Police Commander. Ricky Lear, Police Commander. Paul Sloan, Economic Development Manager. Rebecca, Utilities Director. Diggy North, Police Chief. Caleb Davis, Deputy Police Chief. Don Estrada, Fire Chief.
Leslie Major, City Engineer.
Ryan Cornell, Administrative Services Director.
Chris Hewitt, City Manager.
Kylie Otto with the City Attorney's Office.
Thank you. We'll have a report from closed session, the legal counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have nothing to report out for closed session.
Great, thank you. Tonight, we'll move on to presentations. We have 3 that I'm going to do, and then we have 2 others from staff. So if I can have Command Sergeant Major David Frembers join us, please, and begin. And we give our regrets to Colonel McKenzie, and you're in his stead tonight, so thank you for coming. This is a proclamation commemorating 85 years of anniversary for Fort Hunter Liggett. Whereas on January 10th, 1941, the United States Department of War transformed the expansive lands of the Milpitas Ranch and the Hearst Estate to establish the Hunter Liggett Reservation, creating a vital training ground for our nation's armed forces as they prepared for the challenges of World War II. Whereas for 85 years, Fort Hunter Liggett has evolved into a premier training installation for the United States Army Reserve, spanning 165,000 acres of diverse terrain, that provides world-class training environment for the active, the Guard, and the reserve components of the U.S. Army. Whereas Fort Hunter Liggett enables the warrior ethos and provides maneuvering space to prepare for service members for overwhelming lethality and decisive victory, embodying the vision of peace through strength. And whereas Fort Hunter Liggett has distinguished itself as a leader in environmental and cultural stewardship, successfully balancing high-intensity military readiness with the preservation of historic landmarks like the Julia Morgan-designed hacienda, and earning several awards for excellence in support of the Army's zero net energy and waste initiatives. And whereas the enduring partnership between the installation and the surrounding communities of Monterey and San Luis Obispo counties have fostered decades of mutual support, economic growth, and a shared commitment to the men and women who serve our country. And whereas, as we celebrate the 85th anniversary, we honor the dedicated soldiers, Army civilians, and families whose hard work and sacrifice have transformed Fort Hunter Liggett from a historic frontier into a cornerstone of American national security. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that I, John Hammond, by virtue of authority vested in me as mayor and speaking on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby commemorate the 85th anniversary for Fort Hunter Liggett on January 10th, 2026, in recognition of 85 years of excellence in military training, community partnership, and the service to the United States of America. Sergeant Major, thank you very much.
Yes. So thank you, Mayor. We really appreciate it. We appreciate the support. We had our kickoff event out in January, so coming out to those events really means a lot to us. 400 Liggett is about an hour away. You might not realize how important Paso Robles is to 400 Liggett. This city is, it's very often where our families go for medical care. It's where they go for after-school activities, programs for their children. It's where the parents go for recreation. I mean, this is the closest target we have out here, right? So Paso Robles is extremely important to 400 Liggett. And we appreciate the support. 400 Liggett likes to think that we support the warfighter, and Paso Robles supports 400 Liggett. So can't be more thankful. I wanted to present you, Mayor, a coin from our 85th anniversary. So it's two-sided. On the first side, we have the hacienda that you mentioned by Julia Morgan. And part of our mission, it says, today's warfighter for tomorrow's challenges. And on the back side, it has Lieutenant General Hunter Liggett, our namesake. So I wanted you to have that, Mayor. Thank you. So just real quick, a couple of events we're really proud to be having out at Fort Hunter Liggett. Tomorrow we will be hosting a lunch and learn. That will be on Facebook and streamed on Facebook Live. So it really is to help educate our team members and the community about Fort Hunter Liggett. Also, the 23rd of April, we're celebrating 118 years for the Army Reserve. So kind of celebrating the birthday and educating the community and our team members about Fort Hunter Liggett. And then May 2nd is our big kickoff, our big open house event. So this is our major event that we're doing. It's open to the community. We invite all of you to come out. It will be out at Fort Hunter Liggett, but you will not have to go through the gate to get onto the event. So there's no background checks, no ID cards needed. Just come on out and have a good time. We will have food vendors. There'll be bounce houses for the kids, static displays, historic era military equipment, reenactors, and we will have Two-Story Road, a country duo out there performing. And at the end, we'll wrap it up with a very large and exciting fireworks show. So we hope to see you all out there at our open house event on May 2nd. Thanks again.
Thank you, Sergeant Major. And if I could have Jennifer Adams from Lamina come up. Jennifer? This is a proclamation, Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Whereas Sexual Assault Action Month calls attention to the fact that sexual and intimate partner violence is widespread and impacts every person in Paso Robles. Whereas Lumina Alliance provides essential life-saving services for survivors, their children, and families throughout San Luis Obispo County and including Paso Robles. Whereas sexual assault can physically injure, psychological trauma, and even death occur when the events happen. The devastating consequences of sexual assault can cross generational and last a lifetime. Whereas the marginalization of certain groups in society, including undocumented individuals, transgender individuals, and those living with disabilities, increases their vulnerability to sexual assault, and therefore, and whereas Lumina Alliance continues to provide safe environment for those affected by sexual violence with a 24-hour crisis hotline, advocacy, therapy, transitional and emergency housing, and prevention of education with the help of dedicated volunteers and professionals. And whereas Lumina Alliance has had a dramatic increase in hotline calls by more than 30% over the past year, recognizing that more than 45% of women have experienced sexual violence in the United States, which accounts for 63,000 women in San Luis Obispo County. And whereas Lumina Alliance serves a bright light during dark times for survivors of sexual assault, illuminating the path towards safety and healing. And whereas the City of Paso Robles strongly supports the efforts of Lumina Alliance, how every segment of society can work together to better address sexual violence and to help survivors connect with their services. Now therefore let it be resolved that I, John Hammond, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor and speaking on behalf of the City Council, in recognition of important work done by sexual violence programs, do hereby proclaim the month of April to be Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Jennifer, would you like to say something?
Thank you so much, Mayor Hammond and the entire council. Lumina Alliance was created out of a merger between Rise and the Women's Shelter back in 2021. So we've changed our names a couple times over the years, but we've been serving the community and victims for 50 years. So we greatly appreciate the support of Paso Robles and the council. I also just wanted to take a quick moment and do a shout out to Chris Beal. We have our annual fundraiser, Lumina Nights, Dancing with Our Stars, coming up May 1st and 2nd. And Chris has been busy dancing. If you haven't seen her on social media, you should definitely check it out. The event is being held at Vina Robles Tasting Room, so right here in town. As of this morning or this afternoon, Chris has raised over $15,000 to support our shelters, our emergency shelters. So we're super grateful for that. If you'd like to support Chris or attend the event, you can check out luminanights.org. And just on behalf of the board, the staff, and all the survivors that we serve, thank you so much for this support.
Thank you, Jennifer. And last presentation, could I have Annie Bowski from SLOCOG? Come on, Annie. And this is a proclamation recognizing May as Bike Month, whereas the bicycle is a viable and environmentally sound form of transportation and an excellent form of recreation and economy, especially today with the gas prices going on. Whereas millions of Californians will experience the joys of bicycling during the month of May through educational programs, races, community events, trail work days, helmet promotion, charity events, or just getting out and going out for a ride. Whereas California hosts the largest segment of internationally popular Pacific Coast bike route, considered to be one of the most scenic bike trails anywhere in the world, bringing bicycle tourism in the form of hundreds of cross-country and local bicyclists each year. And whereas San Luis Obispo County offers urban and rural cycling routes popular to riders statewide. And whereas creating bicycle-friendly communities has been shown to improve citizens' health, well-being, and quality of life, to boost community spirit, to improve traffic safety, and to reduce pollution and congestion. And whereas bicycling activities and attractions have great potential to have a positive impact on the San Luis Obispo County's economic and tourism industry to stimulate economic development. And whereas the League of American Bicyclists, CalBike, bicycle clubs, and advocacy organizations, schools, parks, recreation departments, police departments, hospitals, and civic groups throughout California will be promoting bicycling as a leisure activity as well as environmental friendly alternative to the automobile during the month of May 2026. Now therefore let it be resolved that I, John Hammond, by virtue of authority vested in me as mayor, and speaking on behalf of the entire city council, do hereby proclaim May 2026 as Bike Month in the city of Paso Robles.
Good evening, and thank you, Council, and everyone here. My name is Annie Bowski, and I'm with the San Luis Obispo Council of Governments. As Mayor Hammond mentioned, May is Bike Month across SLO County. SLO Rideshare, which is a division of SLOCOG, invites the community to get out, get active, and prioritize safe, healthy ways to get around town. With events across the county, including Bike to School Day on May 6th, with many North County schools participating, Bike to Work Week, May 11th through 15th, and Gears and Cheers, a Bike Month pop-up at the historic Paso Robles Train District on April 15th. We're encouraging riders of all ages to participate and build a safe and active habits on our roads, whether it's a short ride around your community or your commute to work. Paso residents can find the full Bike Month event schedule at rideshare.org. Thank you very much, and good luck to Councilmember Beal with her Dancing with the Stars.
Thank you, Annie. Appreciate it. And then moving on to item 4, we have the Police Department Annual Report. Chief Nord, would you like to come forward?
Thank you, sir. All right. Mr. Mayor, council members, Damian Nord, Police Chief. Here to present our yearly update for 2025. It was a pretty big year for us. We have a long night, so I'll try to keep it as short as I can, but let's get started. Or not. There we go. Oh, okay. So this slide does cover a portion of 2024, but it goes through 2025. When J20 was implemented, the police department increased its officer ranks by 21. Trying to fill 21 sworn positions was difficult, as police departments across the state and country have struggled to recruit new and lateral officers. In 2024, we tried something different and worked with a local company to create recruitment videos and directed social media outreach. As you can see, the results were amazing. Over 1 million video impressions with 212 Let's Talk inquiries, meaning people who watched all the way through and then clicked on the button to contact us. Since pushing the videos out through 2025, we have hired 25 new recruits and 6 lateral officers from other agencies. I would also like to thank HR for helping us process these applications and new hires. We got phone calls from as far away as Minnesota. We got phone calls from the East Coast. We had people who grew up in Paso Robles who saw this video and said, I want to come home. And that's what this video did. This video created a sense of home for us. And that's, it's hard to explain what this community brings and what we try to do as a police department. They did a phenomenal job of doing that in that video. With so many new employees in such a young department, we have continued to create and maintain a culture that represents Paso Robles and how special this community is. We wanted a mission and vision that staff could live by and reflects our values, dedication to this community, and who we want to be. So what better than be Paso? With all of the new staff, you have people coming in, and we wanted them to understand who we are. Not only as a community, but as a police department, and what we expect, our expectations, our values, our ethics, our morals, and what we expect them, and how we expect them to act in public. So for the P, first, we needed to be proud of who we are and our community. If you're not proud of the department you serve or proud of your community, then you're not going to give it your all. You're not going to do the things you need to do. You're not going to do the right thing when it matters. Obviously, be professional. Those are the two big for the P. A, accountable. But it's not just on duty. It's on and off duty. I hold my staff to a higher standard. We protect and serve. We should be held accountable, and we should be held to a higher standard. So that's on duty, off duty, to each other, and obviously, of course, to the community. Service. This was a big one. Handle every interaction as if it were a family member. Treat everyone as though it was your family. If you do, you'll always go right. There won't be a problem. Now, mind you, sometimes there's a time to treat family a certain way too, but, but that's how we want people to go to every call. Show up and act as though that is your grandmother, your mother, your sister, your brother, and show them the respect and the care that they deserve. And obviously, we want to be outstanding. We don't want to be mediocre. We're striving to be the best, and that's our goal, and that's what we want to be. The photo is a picture from one of our strategic planning sessions where we gather supervisors and command staff to have very intentional conversations about how we can improve and prepare for the future. Our mission and vision statement were born out of sessions like these. Another challenge with the growing department is training, not only for our new staff, but ongoing training for our tenured staff as well. We have addressed many of our needs by certifying officers to be post-certified instructors, which means we are able to hold training classes at the police department, saving time and money. Last year, we hosted 16 classes at the Public Safety Center that were attended by departments from all over the region. With the completion of the Joint Training Center with Fire, our goal is to increase our number of local training courses and eventually become a regional training facility partnering with Cuesta College. So the BJJ, for those who don't know, it's Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. That is something that we mandate for our staff, and I cannot tell you how valuable that is when we do have to use force in the field. We have been complimented by defense attorneys on how well we have grown over the years once we started using this. We work as a team. Obviously, everyone has seen YouTube videos, the horror stories of law enforcement. In bad situations, ours for the, as good as a use of force can look, we do our best and it has to do with the amount of training we provide our staff. So this is an overview, and there will be more detail in the following slides regarding stats. The staffing number does not include, we currently have 6 recruits in the academy, which will bring our total sworn to 61 upon successful completion in June. And one thing I would like to point out on this slide is our volunteers. The amount of time our volunteers donate to the police department and city is priceless. If you see any of them at the many events they attend and help with, please tell them thank you because they deserve it. So into the numbers. There are certain crimes we can influence as a department. And as a chief, I am happy to say the crimes such as robbery, burglary, and larceny are down. These are some crimes that can be averted due to presence and proactivity. In 2025, we saw an increase of 47% from the previous year in officer-initiated activity, with almost 27,000 proactive encounters compared to just over 18,000 the year prior. We are starting to see the benefits of our staffing increasing. This slide is another example of increased staffing and proactivity with over 2,300 arrests. I need to give a huge thank you to our records division for their hard work and dedication in managing the increased workload. Without them, this process wouldn't work. As you can see, they processed over 5,200 reports in the records division. Without them, we would be sunk. So something that obviously everyone always asks about, we saw another decrease in homeless-related calls for service, although they remain the #1 citizen-initiated call to the department. I would also like to thank Ashley, our homeless services manager, for her help and teamwork in approaching this challenge. So our number of riverbed cleanups, hasn't gone down. The amount of trash removed has not, but we're seeing the number of calls go down. And a lot of that does have to do with the teamwork that's being done between our community action team and our homeless manager. So that there is a good relationship there it's helping. I saved the best for last, as this is what our department loves to do, and that's interact with the community. We attend and host over 30 events every year where we interact with our community, a community that shows us so much support and love. This is a special city, and we have a special police department dedicated to keeping it safe. And these are just some of the events: Junior Giants, Santa's Sleigh, Coffee with a Cop. These are all opportunities for us to get out and engage with our community, answer questions, see residents when it's not in an enforcement action or getting pulled over. This is just a chance to get to know us and talk to us one-on-one without there being something else, in the way. So with that, we obviously, each of you received a booklet of our annual review. That's something I do want to thank my staff very much, especially Assistant Chief Caleb Davis for helping put that together. It kind of outlines several of our, it goes into more detail of our department and our staff. There's some great articles in there. There's some hard copies over here if anyone doesn't want to look at it on their phone. But this is also, you can download it from your phone from this site.
Perfect.
So, any questions?
Very good. Thank you, Chief. Any questions, Chief? Okay. Chris? Comment? Sure, go ahead.
Great report. Great to see the numbers moving in the right direction. Just want to say thank you very much. Driving around, we see a lot more law enforcement vehicles out. Citizens are commenting on that. They're grateful for it. I've been able to work just a little bit with the CAT team that you mentioned. They're astounding. Keep up that good work. That's where I think they're just tremendous results. Your rank and file officers are amazing. Your staff is amazing, and your admin, your top officers. Just thank you for. You've been here what, 6 years?
4.5.
4.5. You've done a lot of work in 4.5 years.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilman Strong.
Yes, and I'd also like to add the same thanks, but also for the cooperation between you and the other departments, because so often there's signage requirements that you find out, and then they respond and give you the support you need, and it's a mutual thing, and I think that's the same way it works with the people, and that's a great thing because it helps the people be more observant of the law and more obedient to it and understand how it helps each other. And thank you for your part in that because you've done a great job.
Thank you, Mr. Strong.
Pro Tem Gregory.
Chief Nord, thank you for all your work. Having our staff at the levels that they are right now is amazing. Been doing a great job. It's really good because we really got some pressure on Chief Starnetta. We're doing the best chief in the city, right? Yeah. So keep up the good work. It's great to have you.
Councilmember Beal.
Great. Thank you for the report. I just wanted to share with the community, when I did the ride-along, we think of training as being very kind of, you go to class, you practice and things like that. But what I observed in the ride-along is there's so much movement in the department that the training is really happening all of the time between each of the different levels in the department. And I was so impressed with both kind of the content and the style of how information was being shared with the newer officers. I just thought the community should know that, so thank you.
Thank you.
And me too. As far as, all the comments I get, Chief, I mean, it's amazing that such a respect that everyone has for your department, and your leadership in the last 4.5 years has been outstanding. And it can only go, to the other team members that you have. I mean, it takes a group like that to perform like you guys are. So I really appreciate that, and I really think, again, we have a great team in place. Appreciate that. We'll open it up for anybody who likes to make a comment.
Make sure to start with, yeah. Hi, Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. You can probably turn that down. I remember coming here for the first time in about 2020 with a bucket load of complaints about the police department. And what I want to, Chief Nord already knows how I feel about what he's done with our police department. But I just want to be clear, what he did was a culture change. And that is usually done through attrition and hiring. And I remember you interviewed quite about 80 or something candidates at one time. That means that he took, in less than 5 years, a police department with a very bad reputation for a decade. Okay, for a decade. Not just the one previous, but the one before that. So even though I make negative comments about the staff and their work and stuff, I just want people to really understand how hard it is to change government workers' ways. For instance, how many times did you hear, well, we didn't used to do it that way? Well, our old boss, Ty let us do blah, and you're asking us to do this. Well, you know what? What I would say to people when I train for the state, that means you don't want to change. Okay, that means you don't want to change. You don't want to go with the new program. Now, again, I started this off by saying in 2020, I came here with a massive, massive amount of complaints. And I, of all people, appreciate the change. And not just the change that Chief Nord did, but the change in the officers who probably didn't want to change. Because, it's the way we've always done. When I first moved here, it was the cowboy way. You see one cop, you see 10 on one person. But that's not as significant as it used to be. But, I just hope that our police department is prepped in the future for bicycle takeovers. That's the new deal throughout the state, where 20 to 50 kids get on a bicycle. They shut down the San Francisco Bridge the other night. Street takeovers, those kind of things I think they're going to come our way as our roads stay clear for speed racing and all that other stuff. It was a real significant issue in Hollister, a lot of speeding, racing in between cars. So anyways, I want to say thank you. I know there are some officers in here that we've gone round and round, but I personally want to say thank you for taking your job so seriously. And let me tell you, I've tried this man. I've tried him in many different ways, and he's come out to be exactly what this city needs, a really good police chief.
Welcome, Dale.
Good evening, Dale Augustin, Mayor and Council. As you know, I'm on the Main Street Board of Directors. At every one of our downtown events, those volunteer from the police department show up, and their presence is really appreciated. I don't recall ever having a bad incident in the downtown park when we are sponsoring one. And so thank you to your volunteers.
Thank you. Anyone online? Melissa?
No, sir, not for this item.
One last comment, Chief. I know that it was a council goal to basically make your department as strong as we can. I think at this point, I heard the other day, we're at the most officers we've ever had. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. How many total do we have sworn right now?
So with the ones in the academy, if they graduate, we'll be at 61.
61. Well done. All right. Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
presentation tonight. Next, we have the Homeless Services Quarterly Report. Ashley Hernandez. Ashley, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Hammond and council members. I wanted to give you a lot of information today, mostly focused on our data dashboard that's available on our webpage, but I do want to promise that I'll give a more comprehensive annual overview in June, at the end of our fiscal year. So as we know, homelessness is a complex issue, and over the past year, we have shifted from working with individual departments to a more coordinated citywide model. At the same time, we've recognized the need for a clear way to communicate what we are doing, what pressures we are managing, and where we are making progress. The dashboard I'll be presenting today provides a more complete, data-driven view of our efforts, and it will help guide future resource decisions. At a very high level, the city is balancing three priorities: supporting pathways to permanent housing, maintaining safe and accessible public spaces, and addressing immediate public safety and environmental risks. This quarter alone, January to March, approximately 160 individuals are reflected in the county's homelessness data system, while only 75 emergency shelter beds are available. In addition, permanent housing capacity remains extremely limited, with waiting lists that can extend up to 10 years in North County. This creates an important dynamic. Even when outreach and services are working, outcomes can appear stagnant. This is not simply an effort issue, it's a capacity issue. So in response, I've helped establish the city's interdepartmental homelessness work group, that's a mouthful, bridging together police, fire, public works, utilities, administrative services, and community services. The most important shift is that this is no longer a collection of independent efforts. It's more now a structured model built around shared goals and clear performance metrics. I want to recognize and thank many of the individuals that are here in the room today that are participating in our working group, who have worked diligently to provide accurate information to the public. Because there is no standardized data framework for city-level homelessness response across our entire nation, it's important to note that we built this framework from the ground up. Also, as the first city's dashboard of its kind in our SLO County, my hope is that this framework can also support other jurisdictions in their efforts. This work directly aligns with the city's strategic plan to address homelessness. From the outset, it was clear that the homeless services manager would need to establish baseline metrics within the first year. In response, we are operationalizing those priorities across departments by tracking movement from outreach to housing, measuring services connections and behavioral health engagements, and coordinating field response. Importantly, this dashboard establishes a baseline and gives us the ability to measure progress over time, something that did not exist previously. So to organize this work, the work group developed three core pillars: housing stability and navigation support, clean and resilient public spaces, and community safety and emergency response. These pillars reflect both the strategic plan and the day-to-day boots on the ground and the reality of the operations within the very people who work for our city, while providing a clear and consistent framework for measuring outcomes. So how does the system work? It functions as a pipeline: outreach, service connections, shelter, and ultimately permanent housing. At the same time, individuals are continuously entering or re-entering the system. Our permanent housing capacity is limited, so people exiting appear slow, creating pressure throughout the entire system. This is why progress can be difficult to see without data, and because the system is dynamic, it is not static. This quarter alone, 85 individuals were unable to access a shelter bed due to capacity constraints. And that reflects only those documented within the homeless services or homeless management data system for the county. That doesn't reflect the people that everyone, or that we, our community action team, and myself see in the riverbed day to day. So the dashboard provides both council and the community with a clearer, more complete picture of what we're doing, what pressures we are managing, and where we are seeing progress. The dashboard can be accessed through the city's Homeless Services Division webpage by visiting prcity.com/homelessness, locating the drop-down label City Dashboard, and selecting View Interactive Dashboard. The data we are reviewing today reflects a 6-month period from October 1st, 2025 through March 31st, and it can also be filtered by quarter to track trends over time. The dashboard is organized in 3 measurement areas, and each metric includes a definition that can be viewed by hovering directly over the metric on the webpage. So let's get into the data. The first section of the data focuses on housing stability and navigation support. This represents the front end of our system and how we are engaging with individuals and connecting them to services. It begins with outreach conducted by our community action team. From there, we track how those contacts translate into services, including behavioral health referrals with our county's licensed psych tech and housing navigation to ECHO and other critical supports such as general assistance. We then follow that progression further down the pipeline into shelter enrollments and ultimately transitioning to housing. What this shows is not just activity, but the full engagement pathway. One metric that stands out to me is the total number of services that are provided through ECHO. Over 23,000 services in just 6 months. These include meals, showers, and laundry, basic stabilizing services that are often the first step towards engagement. This highlights an important point. The system is not only about housing placements, but also about the volume of daily support that keeps happening for those who are boots on the ground. The second section focuses on clean and resilient public spaces. This reflects the city's responsibility to maintain safe, healthy, and accessible environments for the entire community. This work includes waste removal, shopping cart abatement, the maintenance of vegetation and drainage systems, with expanded vegetation management beginning next quarter. Over the 6-month period, more than 100,000 pounds of debris and waste were removed from coordinated efforts such as the Blue Bag Program, riverbed cleanups, and Adopt a Street programs in the Black Oak Corridor and River Walk Trail. This is not a one-time effort, it is ongoing and resource-intensive work that directly impacts environmental health, public safety, and overall quality of life. This section of the dashboard helps quantify impacts that are highly visible and the most often the calls for service that I get, that the police department gets, that we get online. So I would say it's most top of mind for our community when it comes to visible impacts. The third section focuses on community safety and emergency response. This is where we track system demand, how often emergency services are responding. It includes fire responses, medical services, water rescues, fire safety checks, and police calls for service. Most of these incidents occur in areas such as the riverbed and the Black Oak Corridor. Across all categories, medical responses and police calls for service stand out as key indicators, and they encompass a wide range of issues, including encampments on private property, behavioral health concerns, and even welfare checks. As Chief Nord noted earlier, this serves as a broad indicator of overall system pressure. We also track weather-related safety activations, which is coordinated mostly by the county in partnership with ECHO and Paso Cares, a volunteer-based group. It's important to emphasize that success is not defined by any single metric that you've seen today. What we are evaluating are trends over time. So this is a baseline, as we continue to grow quarter over quarter, year over year, it's going to be a way to look at, are service connections increasing? Are people getting housed? Are they transitioning to permanent supportive housing? Or are they returning to homelessness? And are environmental impacts like the goats that we love in the riverbed actually reducing fires, which it's shown since last year it has significantly, and whether emergency calls are stabilizing or declining. That's how we determine whether the system is moving in the right direction. To make this more concrete, I want to show you what a coordinated approach looks like in practice. I'm going to highlight 2 areas where I have focused efforts, the Black Oak Corridor and the Salinas Riverbed. These are areas where we have seen a concentration of activity, risk, and community concern, and where coordination across departments and partners is essential to making meaningful progress. The Black Oak Corridor, one of the most immediate concerns that was identified was unsafe freeway crossings coming out of the riverbed. We got a call with the CHP, our CAT team members, sergeants, and Caltrans, and they eventually installed a no-cut fence in an area where breaching was occurring the most. So this is a critical safety measure. I can't say it enough because people were crossing the freeway, breaching the fence on Black Oak Drive, and there wasn't an individual who was hit, But also, if you ask many people who take that entrance onto the freeway, they say they always are super vigilant because they're worried they're going to hit someone. So since it's been fixed with the no-bend fence, I've been doing daily drive-bys. I have not, in my field observations, seen it breached. So I'm hoping that that continues. Another ongoing issue in this area is parking. Following extensive engagement with local businesses and property owners who are here today, the police and public department are working to expand parking restrictions and signage beyond Black Oak Drive into adjacent areas. This effort is to create clear expectations, improve compliance with existing ordinance, and support both public safety and also just this overall good neighbor effort that we're trying to have in the Black Oak corridor. The third focus in this corridor is waste management. We've launched a pilot program in partnership with Paso Waste and Recycle to provide regular trash service in the area. This effort was driven directly by community feedback, again from local businesses, outreach providers, and even individuals with lived experience. The Adopt a Street data from Public Works shows that this area has the most litter than anywhere else in the city. So importantly, this program is being implemented at no cost, additional cost to the city, and we will be tracking outcomes alongside the Adopt a Street data to evaluate whether conditions are improving over time. So again, it is a pilot, and it couldn't be done without our partnership with Paso Waste, but we will be measuring. And then moving to the Salinas Riverbed. This primary focus has been on expanding direct outreach and services. So through coordination with our community action team, specifically Officer Smallwood and Officer Radican, and the North County Homeless Network, since they've been attending all 4 meetings, we've identified a gap in accessible health services within encampments. This causes a high number of calls for service for folks experiencing extreme health issues. So in response, our partner Capslo secured a county grant to bring services directly into the riverbed on city-owned land, and Oxnard Family Circle, who is a CalAIM provider, is also providing CalAIM navigation services. So what makes this approach unique and one that I've never seen is often you have either street outreach or health or navigation services, but this combines all of them. So I'd like to say it's innovative, and it's a strong example of meeting people where they are and lowering barriers to engagement. It has also attracted interest from partners like SynCal Health, who are interested in potentially looking at how they can support our project, and also community health centers who can bring a primary care doctor down, maybe on a quarterly basis, to evaluate those with the highest needs. I would like to track if this is going to hopefully reduce the calls for service, but again, that's something that we'll be looking at for outcomes. We've also expanded key programs and partnerships in this area. The Blue Bag program has been extended through the summer of 2027. At the same time, we are strengthening coordination with partners such as Echo and Earthshine. So they'll be joining us on Fridays to come out for the cleanup efforts, but also not just hand out blue bags, but use that as a soft touch point to also enroll them into Echo's program. So what's important to emphasize is that these efforts are being implemented through partnerships and external funding with no additional cost to the city. It sounds like, I probably sound like a broken record, but my goal for the city is to create value in coordinated regional approaches. And this is an example of leveraging resources and expertise beyond what the city could ever provide. So looking forward, what we know is the city's annual investment in homelessness response is approximately $1 million, funded through a mix of general funds, J20 grants, and program funding. What the dashboard now gives us is the ability to evaluate that investment more clearly by identifying which strategies are reducing emergency demand, which are improving housing outcomes, and where resources can be used more effectively. Moving forward, our next step is to continue these quarterly updates, to communicate with our community through the city, our Coffee with the City, refining the dashboard over time, advancing our targeted corridor improvements on the Black Oak corridor, and strengthening regional coordination with our county partners. So in closing, the dashboard is not the solution to homelessness. I understand that, but it's an important tool for improving how we respond to it. It helps us stay coordinated across departments, focus on measurable outcomes, and be transparent with both council and the community. Most importantly, it gives us a clearer understanding of where pressures exist, what strategies are making a difference, and where we need to keep improving. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ashley. Any questions for Ashley? Councilman Beal?
Excellent. Actually, I don't have a lot of questions. You answered them mostly. Tell me specifically how you're collaborating and working with the CAT team and sort of what that looks like in practical terms.
Yeah, so right now, calls for service can come into either 911, they can go to the non-emergency line, they can go onto our online portals, or they can come to my email. So on a monthly, I would say even a weekly basis, I meet with the community action team, and we really look at high-level trends. And then from there, since they're boots on the ground, they're the people who I most trust within the city, who know everything ins and out of the riverbed, I make sure that we go out together, but then also that we're looking at what our solutions would be. So as I talk with the community, and I'm out and about, because they're really responding to the 300-plus calls that come, I'm thinking of how I can leverage what they feel are solutions into the community as well. So it's very collaborative approach, but then also it's really helpful to be able to go with them using like a community health worker model. They're trusted members within the riverbed, so to go out with them and meet people too.
Councilmember Bausch?
Thank you. Just to back you up on that, Councilmember Beal and I both participated in point-in-time count, and I got a chance to work with you, Smokey, and Officer Mike. Don't sell yourself short. The people in the riverbed already know who you are. They respond very well to our CAT team, and that's always very impressive that they have such a good rapport and respect, I would say. I don't know, that goes 100% with all of our residents in the riverbed, but by and large, very impressive. So thank you for your work and getting involved. Now, my question to you, you've told us a lot about, great report, what's going on. What's your favorite program thus far that you're most proud of?
It's hard to say, but I would say the North County Homelessness Network, it means a lot that our law enforcement is attending. They've attended every meeting, and I will share that our last meeting was yesterday, and although they didn't have a round table, people gravitated towards their table because they found such value that they're attending this community meeting for 2 to 3 hours, and they provide such a wealth of knowledge.
Right.
But then also to see that transform into our Capslow and Oxnard Family Circle project in the riverbed, we are looking at the data dashboard and we're saying medical services are high. People need access to services. And it was led and thought first by Officer Smallwood. She brought that to the forefront, and then I helped execute it. But she was the first idea maker. And then Officer Radican let them into the riverbed just last week. So I would say seeing this cross-sector group grow and transform into outcomes has been incredible, and I can't wait for the next year to look at the outcomes of how many people are going to get housed, how many people are going to get healthy.
I don't know if you've had a chance to look at the process that council's going through right now with our goal setting and vision. If you have we addressed what you see are critical needs? Have we addressed that adequately in that vision setting as we come up to the final stages?
Yes, I'm working closely with my director in Halleck Fortin to address all of those.
Very good hands. Thank you.
Anyone else? Tim Gregory?
Yes, great job, Ashley. I have a question for you, a couple questions. On Capslow's, I guess, container that they set down in the river for healthcare, can you describe how that works exactly?
Yeah, so Capslow comes every Friday. They have a nurse practitioner who's also just trained in general homelessness and public health come, and she does general vitals and then also does testing on site. So what we're doing right now is more of like a public health assessment or population health assessment, looking at what kind of needs are in the riverbed. And then from there, we'll be working with community health centers pending their approval to get their quarterly and say, like, this is what we're seeing. You can bring the primary care doctor that can do that continuity of care. At the same time, as people are looking at their services, we also have the Oxnard Family Circle, who has a whole world of services that can happen through CalAIM. They can pay up to $5,000 to get someone a deposit and get furniture to move in. They can put them in the coordinated entry that puts them in line for permanent supportive housing, shelter, et cetera. And then they can also look at their health history. So have they been to their primary care doctor? Are they working with behavioral health? Is there a pregnancy, and does that need to be addressed? And then also social services. So do people have general assistance? Do they have CalFresh? And if not, maybe sometimes the first step is getting document ready. So it's really a whole person level view of one individual that looks at everything in order to get someone ready to be housed.
So are they side by side and with Capslow during these Fridays?
Yes, there. And we'll see where it leads us, because I'd love to come back and tell you that there's been great progress.
And then how have the warming shelters been working okay?
Yeah, so the county leads the warming shelters, the Homeless Services Division. They have an email that goes out when they're activated. And that is, like I said, it was on the dashboard, but that was done and is communicated solely through the county.
And you have a warming shelter at Echo?
Yes, Echo has capacity for up to, I believe, 10. And then Paso Cares does one as well at rotating churches, and that is depending on the size of the church.
Great. Well, thank you very much for your report. Well done.
Ashley, I had a little bit of a question there. I know I worked originally, we had a lot of complaints with businesses in the area of Black Oak Corridor with trash. And I know that I think I talked with Paso Waste, and so it looks like you've got an agreement that they're picking up at no extra cost. How many containers did they end up putting up down there on that corridor?
Right now, we're looking at ADA compliance and where they would be most used. So we are working with our city engineer to determine how much clearance needs to be on a sidewalk in order to place a trash can. Once that happens, Public Works has the trash cans ready to go, and we'll send a map over to Paso Waste and get them serviced up to 5 days a week. On the same time, Adopt a Street is also measuring how much litter is on the floor that they're going to pick up and weigh. So we have a really good data set already of where it's been, and then now we can compare if it's reducing due to the trash cans.
Very good. Now, I want to personally shout out to Dale and Isaiah Comer and Mark Perry for stepping up and helping him with this problem. They said, yes, we're there for you. So, and no additional cost, I believe, too, to the city. So well done to Paso Waste. Okay, that's all I had. I'll open up to comment. Anybody would like to make comment on this item, please? Come forward.
Well, good morning. Hi, Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. Ashley, that was a great report. I think that that's a great plan for the future. But what about right now? You know, the reason why I come here and talk about the homeless every opportunity I get, because it's in District 1. You're raising $15,000 for someone else. You've been in that seat for a year, and you went to a pit count. As we would say as kids, whoopee. So I come here because I go to that Black Oak Corner all the time, too. All the time. But I'm going to point out something important right now. It's raining. We have no warming shelter. The county just announced it. We don't have a warming center. When I was first inquiring about this, it takes the city, the county said, to call and activate a warming center. I used to send emails to Rodin, who never responded. Chris Bill doesn't respond to your emails. I don't know what you do, but what I would like to see is that, or what I'd like to say is what I heard you say is we're policing, we're picking up garbage, we're assessing, we're reassessing, and we're assessing again. How long does this city and this county need to assess for less than 200 people? You have a private citizen who has placed 13 people. I thought that's what this position was going to be. But I hear garbage, policing. Oh, wait till the other subject comes up with that county plan. Okay, I'm really concerned about our homeless. We have people dying on the street right now. waiting for a room. Chief Nord has been gracious. Him and Chief Davis has watched videos of some of the citizen advocates and the problems they see. I just don't know, you guys. She's making 200 something a year? And after a year, we have another update. So I think it's a great plan, don't get me wrong. I really do. I'm impressed with it, but what about right now? It's been a year. And if you guys are satisfied with this work in a year, another plan to assess for another year, then what the homeless say is true, that the mayor hates the homeless in this city. You always say, Mayor, whoever wants up and out. Well, you know what? People have been placed without the help of Ashley, without the help of the District 1 representative, who never goes over there. I'm over there all the time. So I really hope somewhere along the line that we stop assessing and we start working.
Dale, welcome.
Good evening, Dale Guston. I remember when we just had Paso Care feeding these kids, or these people, excuse me, and a lot of them are young people. Mainly because the young people are more inclined to get into drugs. And then they can't get out of that syndrome, and they end up homeless. I heard there's a nurse available. What about somebody to help them with their emotional problems? Most all those homeless people have some kind of emotional problem. That's why they're homeless. And then there's the issue we had Martinville, where we had a place for them to put tents and motor homes and cars, and that disappeared. Well, now they park in Walmart, up on Riverside, but they can't get permanent homes. But what are we doing for these people that are living out of their cars because they can't afford to get into a home, or they're way down on the list, or they have a little pet dog? What about that? They're disqualified if they have a dog. Something wrong with the system. I don't find that this report satisfied any of that, and I think I got more out of Echo's report than I did this report. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Anyone else? Please, ma'am, come on forward. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Wendy Richardson. I live in Templeton. I have a business in Paso Robles. I've been before you before, which was last November. And many things that have been said tonight have kind of changed what I was going to say, but I'm going to say what wasn't said. Back in December, we actually arranged a meeting. We had all the businesses in the north part of Paso attend, and with our amazing Paso Robles Police Department also, who do an amazing job with the homeless. And we were led to believe after that meeting we would have one in February, and it never came to fruition. So many of us understand that the city really doesn't have any interest in cleaning up the north end of town. There have been no changes since December, and I think shame on the city staff and the council to ignore the businesses that put money into your coffers. I just got my business license. I have to pay it. I wish I wasn't in Paso Robles on Riverside. So it's not our issue that you transformed Motel 6. And believe me, I deal with the homeless on a daily basis. I have a lot of compassion for who they are. And I have friends that I help. But the trash issue appears to be taken care of. But where are the restrooms for these homeless people that are out on the street? Where do they go to the bathroom? They go in my bays at the car wash. Now, would you like to clean that up every morning like I do? No. I think the city needs to put some resources out there for the surrounding businesses. It appears to the community that the only thing that you're interested is from Riverside up from 13th Street. You get thrown out of your car driving on Black Oak Drive and Riverside Drive. You don't care, it appears, only about your downtown. And that's how the community feels. You need to address the bathroom issue that's going on. They have nowhere to go to the bathroom. All the restrooms are locked in the restaurants because nobody wants them in there. The other thing that I need to address, I'm sorry, but you need to find a spot for these motorhomes. These people are living in motorhomes. They have nowhere to go. They get towed for whatever reason. But find a place for them to be. You've created that part of north end of the town, which is really bad. And you need to find a place for these people to park and feel safe. People sleeping in their cars, I can tell you, there's a lot of young women sleeping in their cars or afraid of being raped at night because of the homeless around there. You need to find a place where they can go and feel safe.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, sir.
Good evening. My name is Pete Torres. My address is 1616 Pine Street, and I'm the senior pastor of Victory Outreach, Pastor Robles. And I couldn't sit in my seat and actually hear someone come against the character or the great work that Ashley's doing, because I've personally seen the success stories of people that have taken advantage, been able to take advantage of the resources. Like, for instance, I had a guy came and shared on a couple days ago about how he came from the river bottom. He was on fentanyl. He's now placed in a house. He has his kid back. Last Thursday, I had 9 people in my church. They were all in the river bottom high together. One was preaching, and 4 of them were in Bible college. They all came from the river bottom. They came through, whether it be ECHO or some of the resources that she oversees, and we see success stories. So when you talk about the homeless problem, I get it, I understand. We go down there into the river bottom, but I've also seen the success of transformed, turned around lives, and that's also what's taking place. So we can't discount the fact that there is success stories, and I have them lined up, a list this big of people that were out here that were once a part of the problem that are now a part of the solution. And so I think that she's doing an amazing job. I think you guys are doing a great job, and I got you guys in prayer. God bless you guys.
Thank you, Pete. Anyone else? We have a caller online.
Yes, sir. First caller is Wendy Lewis.
Wendy, can you hear us? Go ahead.
Hi, Wendy Lewis with El Camino Homeless Organization. Thank you for the opportunity to share and show support for all the work that's being done. For ECHO, it is so important, this partnership with the city, and for the work that Ashley is putting in. Our representative from Victory Outreach just mentioned that even yesterday there was an incredible success story shared from a gentleman who had utilized ECHO services as well as received support from the CAT team, Victory Outreach, and it just shows one example of someone from the riverbed who was at his lowest lows, who is now being supported and in housing with his child back. So that's just one of many success stories. So far this year, ECHO's helped 100 individuals and families into the stability of permanent housing, and that's only possible with our partnership with the city and all of these efforts with all of the different partners that are putting in time and effort and really making sure each individual or family, their needs are being addressed, and each individual family is different things that they need or brought to it through housing supports, all the different programs. And so again, I just want to thank the city for this partnership, all the work that Ashley's putting in, and all of the different partners that are making each of these success stories possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Wendy. Anyone else?
Yes, sir. Next caller is Kayla Wilburn.
Okay. Kayla, can you hear us? Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kayla Wilburn. I'm the clinic director at Capslow's Health and Prevention Clinics. We are thrilled to be in partnership with the city. Thank you, Ashley, for making that happen and connecting us with the CAT team and bringing us up to North County to meet people where they are in the Salinas Riverbed and assist them to start their journey out of homelessness. The center's mobile clinic that travels countywide to serve people who are uninsured and underinsured began services at the Salinas Riverbed 2 weeks ago. So far, we have served 28 unduplicated, unhoused individuals. We have identified a number of folks who need treatment for hepatitis C. We have identified a couple of folks who need treatment for a very serious sexually transmitted infection. And we are testing to treat for all of those infections, HIV, Hep C. We're providing pap smears, breast exams, and referrals for free mammograms, at which time Oxnard Family Circle, who is providing the CalAIM services, will transport those patients for their free mammograms and back to their location there at the Salinas River. Collaborating with Officer Mike and the CAT team, we have really been welcomed into that community because of the work that Kat and Ashley and Oxnard Family Circle have been doing to build trusting relationships. And so we have immediately been embraced as a trusting provider of healthcare. And we couldn't be more excited for what we are currently able to offer and the progress that we know we will see in the coming year, serving the folks where they are and preparing them to exit the Salinas Riverbed and into shelter in collaboration with ECHO and other service providers in the area. And so I want to thank Ashley and the CAT and all of the other collaborators for inviting us to North County and giving us the support that we need to support all of the folks who are currently residing in the Salinas Riverbed and hopefully finding their way out and into shelter soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kayla. Anyone else? Leslie?
Next is Jan Albin.
Okay. Jan, can you hear us? Go ahead.
Yes, I can. Thank you. I have 3 questions for Ashley. The first one is about the point in time. Could you give us the number of our last point in time, and you might have to sort of explain a little bit briefly what that point in time is for the people who don't understand that. But that number is very important to me and to others. My second question is, and it's more of a statement. Over in the Black Oak area by Grocery Outlet and Tractor Supply, we get comments all the time about how people won't go over there and shop because they're approached by the homeless. I've gone over there personally. They don't bother me, but but they do other people. And so I'm wondering, is there any way of, quote, policing that area so that shoppers are not bothered? My third question is, it was, a statement is too, is that it was a great report. It really was. It was very nice, very well done. But how have you put this report into action? Because paper is paper, slides are slides, and so what are you going to do with this information? How are you going to put it into action? Those are my three questions. I'd appreciate as comprehensive an answer as you can give. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, our next caller is Kimberly Booth.
Okay. Kimberly, can you hear us? Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Kimberly. I can. So I have to say that I am one of Echo's biggest fans. You guys have heard me spoke before, and I need to just say that Scott, the new outreach manager in Paso, and Frank Vargas have been doing an amazing job collaborating with us outreach people into getting people the help that they need. However, I wanted to bring up a fact that I am currently working with a sex-trafficked female. The story is horrific, correct? And she is homeless at the moment. We've gone through all of the case interviews. There is not even a car for her to sleep in. There's not a motel voucher. There is not an emergency room for her anywhere in this county, and she is being looked for in and hiding. And so I think that's a big gap that we need to close. Our shelters need to have some emergency beds. We have trafficked women and emergency cases. And then also today I'm working with a person with severe mental illness that, I love what Ashley's doing. We are all working together. That's all great. But I don't see a lot of the behavioral health in our community being covered. And I reached out to behavioral health today. It's a 2-week wait. This person is not meeting criteria for a 5150, but by the time they are going to reach that, it's going to be catastrophic. So I would really like Ashley in our community to really focus on behavioral health. Someone stated a little while ago when they commented the emotional disturbance that's going on. Everybody down there has that, and if they didn't go down there with that, they have it now. So I would really like our community to focus a lot on behavioral health and mental health, not just physical symptoms and getting housed, because you can get them housed all day, but if they're not stable mentally, they won't stay there. And again, I do like how our community is collaborating, and I do see a lot of change in the way Echo's going. We're not there yet, but it's a work in progress. So I wanted to say thank you to Scott and Frank Vargas.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's
No
it.
more callers.
Very good. Okay, Ashley, we had a few questions. Why don't we take the ones that I wrote down? Point in time count, I believe, is what Jan was talking about. I think that was October of last year. Was it January?
It was January of this year. We actually have Linda Belch from the county here, and I'd like to invite her up if that's okay to answer that question, since the county oversees the point in time.
Okay, very good.
Hi, good evening, Council. Linda Belch, County of San Luis Obispo, Department of Homeless Services. I will be presenting later this evening, and it will include point-in-time information. I'm happy to share that now, but it is a reduction over the previous point-in-time count, and I can share those numbers now, or I can include them in my presentation when I come back later this evening.
Okay, so it was a reduction.
It's a reduction, yes.
Percentage-wise, roughly, do you know?
So, well, you're taking my punchline.
Yeah, I know.
So roughly from the beginning, so when the county established the 5-year plan in 2022 to where we last counted in 2026, we were actually a 42% reduction in unsheltered homelessness.
Overall, well, fantastic. Yeah. Great.
Look surprised when I bring that back.
Pro Tem Gregory has a question for you.
Sure.
And can you describe in detail what the point time count is?
Absolutely. So point in time is a really important measurement that every single jurisdiction is mandated to undertake in the last week of January. And so us, along with every other jurisdiction, marshaled about 200 local residents who participated in the point-in-time count. We actually go out into the community. It encompasses both those who are in shelters, so we know how many we have in our sheltered capacity, which has also grown, which is an incredible benefit to the system, and also those who slept in places not meant for human habitation. As part of that, we also survey our unsheltered individuals to ask them what is their biggest barrier to becoming housed, and no surprise to anyone here, it's a lack of affordable housing. We know that this is an expensive community and a county, and that's something that we have made a lot of progress on during the course of the 5-year plan, but certainly more to be done there. At this point, with the numbers I am going to share, they are fairly confident that they're official, but we do have to wait for HUD, Housing and Urban Development, to kind of verify our numbers. That doesn't happen until April 30th, assuming that that comes back on time. At that point, we will be able to bring back to council your specific city numbers. So I don't have your city numbers with me available today, but I can share the county numbers that we counted on the point in time.
Yeah, that'd be good whenever. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
And
Ashley,
to
please.
add to that process, I'd like to say that as the Homeless Services Manager, I was involved with the planning process along with our community action team. So we provided maps to the county using our GIS system of where encampments clusters are within the city, and those were handed off to volunteers who were by foot. But in addition, to ensure there was the most accuracy as possible, Officer Radican and I traveled by foot since there was frequent rains following the point-in-time count to ensure that people didn't move from where we had tracked them last and make sure that people really were counting as accurate as possible. And then all 4 community action team members did escort volunteers into the riverbed since we started at 5 a.m.
Very good. I think there was another question there about, putting your report into action. Clearly, you're doing a heck of a lot of information that we've been hearing and also seeing results. And so I know it was a council goal here to have some sort of structural support for homelessness, and you're it. I mean, by bringing you on board, you've done a tremendous amount of work in the short period of time you've been here, the programs you've instituted, and things that you're coordinating. Really was managing the whole part of homelessness for the city. It's a huge job, and I got to believe on behalf of the city council, again, I really appreciate your efforts in helping the situation as much as you can. And again, there was a comment about, putting these report items into action. And again, clearly you were doing that. So again, I don't have any other further questions, unless you have something further to add to us.
From a philosophical standpoint, I just want to say when you're as the Homeless Services Manager, no matter what I do, people are going to have an opposing opinion. But what I'm trying to do as the Homeless Services Manager is create the most balanced approach that's fiscally responsible. So as you can see in this report, we've brought in hundreds of thousands of dollars from outside of our city's general fund, and I hope to continue to do that through grants and looking at opportunities to even do in-kind, where people are willing to be boots on the ground and maybe trade some of their time for, like we're doing, the city-owned land in the riverbed. So I just wanted to ensure that I'm trying my best, but of course, my heart is going to always be in this work, and that's all we can do.
Thank you very much, Ashley.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll close this presentation, and we'll move on then to general public comments. This is the time that the public may address the council on items within our purview but not scheduled on tonight's agenda. Council or staff may briefly respond to statements or questions posed by the public. Please fill out a speaker card and give it to the city. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Those people wishing to speak on any item scheduled on tonight's agenda will be given the opportunity to do so when that item is being heard.
Hi, Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. I want to make something very clear. Nobody's putting Ashley down. We had high expectations as advocates. It's just that simple. We said she's done a good job, she's done a good report. But the question is, when is the city going to make it actionable? We hired somebody specifically for that reason.
Linda, this was an agenda item.
I know, I'm just clarifying. So anyhow,
Yep.
So it's a really exciting time at the Capitol. I'm scheduled to testify April 30th at the Capitol. And right now, as you know, that the governor's race is really interesting. What's her name? Betty Yee dropped out, so you got about 5 Democrats and you got 2 Republicans. So right now, everybody is crazy at the Capitol with this election coming. And I'm starting to see it kind of echo it here with the election that's coming forth. So anyways, last time I was here, I was talking about 25 and 101 and about this interchange. When I came back from the Bay Area last Wednesday, Hollister finally got their overpass. And you know, they started that in 2021 approximately, and it's done. So I know, Mr. Strong, you said that we're trying to get I'm going to say the wrong number again, 46 and 101, that might take time, but I'm hoping it's the same Caltrans district that they would see the need as equally as Hollister needed it on this exchange here. And then I sent some emails about the 6 ADUs. I do want to see how or if it could be discussed of when the ADUs become an apartment complex, or if somebody has 9 to 10 rentals on one property, is the city going to require them to have, property management, that kind of stuff. So that, I don't have that much to say today on general public comments, but I just wanted to clarify that. I like Ashley, she's a great person. I like all the staff here, they're all great. If you really get to know them, they work hard. I have never seen a small governmental staff agency work so hard, and they're all so smart. None of you get big heads, because I'll pop it the next day. But walk up to Darren Nash and he can just answer any question, and they all have really good spirits. I hope that people start getting to know the staff as well as I have, because they're really dynamite people.
Dale, welcome.
Dale Guston, I wasn't going to speak, but I was reminded about the airport 46 connection. And I spoke in favor of Brett Butterfield because that's a great asset at the corner there. And yet, if you're coming from Paso Robles, how do you propose you get to his establishment? I don't know, because you won't put a signal in at Airport and 46 East, excuse me.
Anyone else? Anyone online, Melissa?
Yes, sir. Wendy Lewis.
Very good. Wendy, public comment, go ahead.
Hi. Good evening, Council. Wendy Lewis with El Camino Homeless Organization. I just wanted to come back in public comment and share an opportunity with the community to support the work that ECHO's doing, and share a little bit about the partners that's making it possible. Tomorrow evening is Empty Bowls Paso Robles. It's one of our major fundraisers that help provide the resources that are changing lives for the families and individuals in Paso Robles that are needing the services we provide. And it is in partnership with Studios on the Park. They are donating that incredible venue. There will be artists' beautiful bowls, delicious soups donated by local restaurants, and an opportunity to come together as a community and just celebrate the work that's being done. There are a few tickets left. It's almost sold out, so encouraging people to go on echoshelter.org. I know some of you are already in attendance, and just want to thank everybody who's involved in putting that on. It's a very special evening. You're able to come and celebrate with us and enjoy delicious soups, like I mentioned. You get to pick an artist bowl, and you will hear one of the success stories that have happened from the services we provide in Paso Robles. It's a mom, and she will tell from her heart her story about her journey out of homelessness and into housing, and the hope that that's provided to her and her children, and just can't wait for tomorrow's wonderful event, and encouraging people, if they are able to join us, to join. And thank you for those that are already coming and everybody who's made that event possible. Thank you so much, and tickets again are echoshelter.org.
Thank you, Wendy. Appreciate the work ECHO does. Anyone else?
No, sir.
Okay. We'll close public comments and move on then to agenda's item to be deferred. Mr. Huat, do we have anything?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Yes, staff would like to defer item R4. This item was deferred from your last meeting to this meeting in hopes that we would have additional comprehensive information to be able to bring forward a recommendation to you this evening. However, we're still waiting on some additional information from a county agency. So we'd like to have this item deferred to a date to be determined, and we'll bring it back to you as quickly as we can once we have information in hand that we need.
Okay, we'll defer item 4 and to a date uncertain at this point. Thank you. Moving on, we have overview of consent items. Tonight we have 11, looks like. Mr. Huat, can you tell us what we're going to be working on?
Yes, Mayor, as you mentioned, 11 items on your consent calendar. The first is the approval of your April 7th City Council meeting minutes. The next is the receipt of advisory body meeting minutes, both for the Youth Commission at their March 4th meeting, as well as the Planning Commission meeting minutes from their March 1st, March 10th, and March 24th meetings. Item number 3 is the receipt of the warrant register, and I will read those transactions that exceed $100,000. But since we last reported a warrant register to you, the city has made $4.8 million in payments. The first item is a payment to GHD Inc. This is related to design work for the 10146 roundabout in the amount of $100,322.73. Item number 2 is a payment to the San Luis Obispo County Animal Services Division. This is for our annual animal services contract. This is for quarter 3 in the amount of $122,327.50. Next is a payment to Mainline Engineering Construction. This is related to the Riverside, Capitol Hill, Almond area utility upgrades, and that comes from various different funds in the amount of $176,750.83. Next is a payment to Best and Krieger. This is for January attorney fees in the amount of $132,692.22. Next is a payment to Souza Construction. This is related to the construction contract for those downtown parking lot upgrades in the amount of $334,618.60. The next is a payment to Stantec. This is for design work related to the Active Transportation Program NIMBC Corridor project that's funded predominantly through state grant funds in the amount of $105,438.37. Next is a payment to Rob Reynolds Construction for the City Hall modernization project in the amount of $105,068.89. Next is a payment to Tartaglia Engineering. This is related to a rehabilitation project of Taxiway A at the city airport coming out of the Airport Enterprise Fund in the amount of $152,783. And the final item is a payment to Mott McDonald. This is related to design work at the Union Road grade separation project in 46 East in the amount of $129,674.21. Moving on, items 4 and 5 are the receipt of treasurer's reports, both for the January 26 and February 26 timeframes. Item number 6 is an amendment to the lease agreement with Earth Tones Gifts Gallery and Center. This is related to a lease that Earth Tone has with commercial space at the city's train station at 790 Pine Street. And this, I believe, would extend that lease for a couple more years. Item number 7 is a resolution that adopts the 2025 to 2030 local hazard mitigation plan. This is part of our disaster planning efforts in collaboration and coordination with regional partners. In part, this plan allows us to access certain disaster funding as it becomes available. Item number 8 is the approval of a resolution that initiates our annual levy of Landscape and Lighting District number 1 and Drainage Maintenance District number 28-1 for next fiscal year. So we have to start the process now. It involves several steps, and this is the first step that we typically do each year. Item 9 is the approval of a resolution that authorizes the city manager to enter into an agreement with Bear Electrical Solutions for citywide traffic signal maintenance. We do not currently have any signal maintenance employees on staff, and so we contract for this service, and Bear provides a turnkey solution and has done for several years to address any sort of traffic signal maintenance items that arise throughout the year. Item number 10 is an approval of a resolution that authorizes the city manager to enter into a public highway overpass agreement with Union Pacific Railroad. This is related to the 24th Street Bridge improvement that the city has received federal funding to move forward, and so this agreement helps to get that project one step closer to construction. And then finally, Mayor, item number 11 is the approval of an oak tree removal. And this is a request to remove a 38-inch diameter oak tree located at 721 28th Street. And there's a mitigation requirement to plant on-site or to provide a replacement tree in the equivalent of $200 in the oak tree replacement fund. So with that, those are the consent calendar items. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Very good, Chris. Thank you. We'll move then to consent items on the calendar tonight. However, we do have other things considered on the calendar are considered routine, do not normally require a separate discussion. However, if any member of the council or the public have any specific questions or wants a clarification on an item, we can do that now before the vote is taken. Secondly, any member of the council that wants a full discussion of an item will cause that item to be pulled to the consent calendar and be heard at the end of the discussion items agenda tonight. I will now ask council if they have any questions to be asked of any consent item. Councilman Bausch.
Thank you. I have a question on items P4 and 5 and also P9. Short questions.
Okay, go ahead, Chris, if you want.
So on P4, P9, we talk about OPED, other post-employment benefits. There's been chatter in the local community that our retirement fund is somehow underwater. And I would like to dispel that notion and give an opportunity to say that I think we have a separate fund as well besides our regular fund.
Correct. Mr. Mayor, City Council, Ryan Cornell, Admin Services Director. The city's retirement program is handled through CalPERS, the Public Employee Reforms Retirement System. They set the required rates and amounts that we need to set aside for future benefits. Historically, the fund has been underfunded. It's been underfunded. I mean, probably since the early 2000s. I know when interest rates were pretty high, they were able to superfund the program. But right now, we're sitting at about 75% funded. So that means that the assets that we do have on hand versus the estimated liabilities is right around 75%. Now, CalPERS does not take into consideration the Section 115 trusts. That's an additional set-aside dollars that the city has, and it has local control. That is hovering right around $10, $11 million to date.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then the OPEB one is a different liability that's actually other post-employment benefits. When employees do retire here at the city, if they're eligible, we'll do provide them with additional compensation.
Can you expand a little bit on that for the public who maybe not know what that pension trust is about, or what we put into the council? I think it was probably, 10 years ago, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, but we first did it in 2017, so yeah 9 years ago.
That's for the 115?
And that's the 115 trust.
115, right.
Yeah. It allows the city to invest it in different instruments that the general government code will not allow us to do.
So we're allowed to put money into that trust to allow it to not be really used by Sacramento. We keep it in our trust and grow it and control it rather than them.
Yeah, one of the better benefits of the 115 trust is that when CalPERS change the rules or regulations or have significant increases, we can tap into those dollars to kind of help smooth and lessen the current impacts to the city.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
Thank you. And then on Mr. Lucaro, on number 9, we have I understand why we want to have the continuity with our present vendor, but is there any reason why this would not have gone out for an RFP? This is on the citywide traffic signal maintenance services.
I kind of missed that first part, sir. Sorry, could you?
So we're just looks like we're skipping over an RFP. We're going right to extending the existing contract. The current contract has expired. I think we extended it to May, and then after May, we have to get a new contract. Is there any reason why we would not have gone out to a new bid and request proposals from other vendors?
Actually, the process was gone through an RFP process. So in late February, we went out to advertise. We went on Demand Star, widely advertised for any consultant that with the capability and professionalism and technical ability to do that work, to provide their own proposal for the work. Unfortunately, we didn't get any, and Bear was the only one. So it kind of helped us out with continuity, and it kind of does feel like an extension, but we did go through the process.
That's a great answer. So I couldn't come up with that answer for the folks that asked, so perfect
Fair
answer.
enough.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Chris. Pro Tem Gregory.
My question was on number 9 also. Thank you, sir.
Don't go away, David.
Thank you, David. And it's just a question.
Sure.
Is this, are there any dollars in this fund for the resetting the timing on the lights? Is that part of this process, or is that going to be a separate issue? Like we talked about Niblick Road and...
Yeah, Mr. Caro is probably going to jump in and correct me somewhere along the line, but this is really more for day-to-day type of maintenance and operation of the signal. We are working on several different projects to help with timing and sequencing. We have a traffic signal master plan that's underway that's going to identify several different priorities that are going to help our system operate more efficiently. Frankly, we're operating with very old, outdated technology, and we're working feverishly to make sure that sometime in the not-too-distant future, for instance, our traffic signals are actually connected, talking to each other, not just going through like a timing type of sequence adjustments, and actually having, it probably sounds more grand than it really is, but a traffic operations center where we can real-time triage issues out in the field and make sure that timing, sequencing, and adaptivity is happening. Those updates and improvements come through a variety of different ways. One is mitigation that some of our developers have to do as new development is coming online. Some of those projects are baked into those development agreements and mitigation requirements. But as we get done with this master plan, a lot of the projects are going to be identified there and will eventually have to be budgeted and funded through a strategic process through our general fund.
Good
Couldn't have
answer.
said it better myself. Yeah,
All right.
absolutely.
I actually listened to Mr. LaCaro when we were meeting, so thank you.
Thanks for the answer, Dave.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you,
No other questions from council? I'll open up to public. Anybody having a question on consent items, please, tonight? Okay, Melissa, do we have anyone online?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll bring it back to council for direction and/or action.
Mayor Hammond,
Pro Tem
I'd
Gregory.
like to approve the consent agenda items 1 through 11.
Motion by Gregory, second by Bausch to approve items 1 through 11. Any discussion? Call for the question, please.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on, we'll open up public hearing, and the first item tonight is public hearing on status of personal vacancies in compliance with California Assembly Bill 2561. Mariah Burke, do you have that for us? He's getting there. He's getting there. There you go.
Okay. All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Mariah Burks, and I'm the Assistant Human Resources Risk Manager for the city. Tonight, I will be presenting on Assembly Bill 2561. Assembly Bill 2561 was enacted to promote transparency regarding local government workforce conditions. It requires an annual public update on staffing vacancies as well as the city's recruitment and retention efforts. It also provides an opportunity for input from employee organizations. In lieu of a presentation, SEIU Local 620 submitted written public comment, which has been included in the staff report. Their comments acknowledge the city's progress in reducing vacancies, and emphasize the importance of continued investment in recruitment and retention efforts. Currently, the city has just over 312 budgeted full-time equivalent positions, which includes both full and part-time staff. Of those, 299 are full-time positions. As of March 17th, the full-time vacancy rate was 8.7%. This is a decrease from approximately 10.3% at the time of last year's vacancy hearing, indicating continued improvement. Under AB 2561, a 20% vacancy threshold within a bargaining group would trigger additional reporting requirements. At this time, no group meets or exceeds that threshold. Vacancy rates are also relatively consistent across all groups, suggesting that staffing challenges are not concentrated in any one area and that the workforce remains stable overall. In 2025, the city had 28 full-time employee separations, including 13 voluntary resignations, 9 retirements, and 6 involuntary terminations. Of the 13 voluntary resignations, 5 moved to other public agencies, 3 accepted positions in the private sector, and 5 left without securing alternative employment. Overall, this suggests that turnover is largely driven by normal career movement and retirement rather than underlying organizational issues. Broken down by group, the majority of separations occurred within SEIU. This is expected as it's the city's largest and most diverse bargaining unit, representing a wide range of classifications. During 2025, the city launched 41 recruitments and hired or promoted 120 employees. We also received over 1,700 applications demonstrating strong interest in city employment. However, a high number of applications doesn't always translate into viable candidates, as not all applicants meet the minimum qualifications or complete the process. This remains an ongoing challenge. Currently, the city has 14 active recruitments to fill 40 positions, and another 12 recruitments are scheduled to be launched in the coming months. Since the last vacancy hearing, we have taken a comprehensive approach to strengthening our workforce, focusing on recruitment, retention, and employee support. On the recruitment side, we have continued using hiring incentives and referral programs, expanded our benefit offerings, and brought public safety background investigations in-house, improving efficiency and hiring timelines. We've also made significant progress in our compensation strategy, including implementing new 3-year labor agreements with targeted enhancements, completing a comprehensive classification and compensation study, and standardizing our classification review process to promote consistency and internal equity. In addition, we have continued to invest in our employees through professional development, expanded first responder wellness initiatives, and the implementation of an employee recognition program to support engagement and retention. Finally, we have enhanced overall workplace support through continued facility improvements and progress towards streamlining workers' compensation processes through alternative dispute resolution. Together, these efforts help us remain competitive, support our workforce, and continue delivering high-quality services to the community. Overall, we are seeing vacancy rates decreasing and staffing levels remaining stable across all employee groups. At the same time, recruitment continues to be competitive. The city will continue to monitor these trends and build on existing efforts. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariah. Any questions? Councilman Belch.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi.
Thank you for a great report. Thanks, too, for answering questions really fast when you're asked. The 8.5 the vacancy that we have right now, I tried to go online and figure out where that was in comparison. That's really a good number compared to other municipalities our size. So thank you. I'll give you credit for that, so making that happen. But I did want to ask about the employee recognition program. That was something fairly recent that I'm not sure if it was new or just enhanced. Does that seem to be producing the desired results?
Yeah, so thank you for the question. Prior to maybe a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, the city did not have a citywide comprehensive employee recognition program. And so working with the Human Resources Department, IT, the city manager's office implemented that program. And it's really comprised of three things. One is what's called our instant recognition program, which allows peer-to-peer recognition kind of on an ongoing daily basis. And then each month, those that are nominated are entered into a drawing and get recognized that way. The second one is our Years of Service Awards. We had not previously done a citywide Years of Service award program. And so if you've attended, and others that attend the monthly Oaths of Office ceremony, we're now recognizing those with 5 or more years of service at 5-year increments. And they also get additional compensation time at one time as an award for that. The third element, which we're still working to implement, is an annual awards program. And so that would be a program that we would be bringing in front of this council to recognize a set number of individuals and then also a team on an annual basis, going above and beyond in certain categories. That work in that process is a little more involved. We're still looking to put that together. Once Mr. Malowitz gets done with his current assignment as being interim public works director, he and our soon-to-start management analyst will be working on implementing that program, but I expect we're going to have that back in front of you no later than the end of this year.
As a former employer myself, it's far less expensive, far more beneficial to retain people than it is to replace them. So congratulations on that. On all of you that are making that happen, and thank you.
Our employees are our highest resource, that's for sure. Thank you, Mariah.
Thank you so much.
Anyone having any questions on this item, please come forward.
Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. You just made my night. You know, I've been pitching for an employee recognition program. You know, and it's really funny because when I worked at DDSD, they had this thing called fish philosophy. It's very old video of how a fish market does teamwork. Anyways, we were getting fish magnets and fish stuffed animals to the point where the staff said, "Stop it. We don't want any more recognition. We don't want to leave our desks. You know, every time you recognize me, I have to take half hour away from my work." I think it's incredible. You guys, I'm going to retire soon if you keep, I do this to plant the seed. And I really hope that you guys can move into like gotcha moments where the public can be involved. I met an employee the other day. He had just gotten off of work. It's 6, 7 in the morning. He purchased a bed frame. And I said, "Well, what do you do for the city?" He says, "Well, I drive around at night and find problems. You know, if there's a problem in the row." I was like, wow, what a great job. So I really think this is awesome. I've been wanting to see you guys be recognized because, again, I'll say it again, it's such a small staff. You know, I see Paso Robles as a small state department. You know, DDSD was about 33,000. You look at the Department of Rehab or the Department of Social Services, they're in the thousands. So thank you so much, Chris. I think it's awesome, and each person in this room deserves it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone online?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. We've held the public hearing, and so I'm looking for a motion to receive and file in compliance with AB 2561.
I move we receive and file.
Motion by Gregory, second by Bausch. Discussion? And call for the question then.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Public hearing number 2, determination of public conveyance of necessity for a type of 21 alcohol beverage control license for a new grocery store located at 2457 Golden Hill Road. Sam, you have that for us?
Yeah, real quick, Mr. Mayor, members of council, just want to introduce Sam Rickliffs. He's our new assistant planner. He's been here about 6 months or so. This is one of his first presentations to the council. He's going to be making the next 2 presentations for you.
Welcome, Sam.
Well, thank you very much, council, and thank you for being here tonight. Yes, like
Warren said, my name is Sam Rickliff. I'm assistant planner. This is actually my first city council, and so I'm very excited to be here. So tonight we're going to talk about a PCN, a public convenience or necessity, and this will be for, this will be for Trader Joe's at 2457 Golden Hill Road. Appears my time is already up. And so like I said, this address is 2457 Golden Hill Road. This is a major tenant space in the Golden Hills Plaza Shopping Center, currently zoned as a C3 commercial center. And this building shell is currently under construction for the probably worst kept secret in town, the fact that Trader Joe's will be joining us very soon. And so the project request we're looking at is part of Trader Joe's grocery sales is the sale of beer, wine, and distilled spirits. This is something that is incredibly common among Trader Joe's stores throughout California and the United States. This requires a Type 21 license from the California Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control. This is something that is issued to retail stores and allows for the sale of beer, wine, and harder alcohol as well. The ABC has determined that there is what they call an undue concentration of alcohol-related license in the given census tract where the store is going to be located. What that means is basically the ABC compares the number of alcohol-related licenses within the census tract to the population. And so based on the number of people that live in the census tract, they have found that there are what they would call an undue concentration of the number of liquor selling businesses. Based on that, ABC actually tasks the individual cities to make a finding of public convenience or necessity based on requests. And so essentially it would be up to council to decide whether Trader Joe's in this instance would be allowed to sell this alcohol under a license. And so this is the general floor plan of the Trader Joe's store. It's very common if you've ever been within a Trader Joe's. The alcoholic beverage display area would be mainly on the kind of left bottom side there. Those are kind of near the checkout counters. When you're first entering the store, they'll kind of be on the left-hand side there. And so this is the census tract that we're looking at, 102.07. It's mostly kind of the northwest side of our city here. ABC has calculated that the number of reasonable alcohol licenses for the census tract based on its population would be 4. And currently there are 6. 4 Type 20s, which are beer and wine sales solely, and then 2 Type 21s, which are the beer, wine, along with the distilled spirits. The proposed Trader Joe's usage would add an additional Type 21 license. You can see the additional kind of purple dots up in our cluster near Golden Hill and Highway 46. And so this would increase the number of active off-sale licenses in this tract by an additional license. What we found when staff looked into this proposal was the request to sell alcohol by the Trader Joe's folks is consistent with other businesses that are located within this tract. The other 2 businesses operating under a Type 21 license are also grocery stores that sell alcohol, Food for Less, and the other one, I can't, Smart and Final. I knew I'd forget the name. The proposed usage is consistent with municipal code regulations and proposed uses at the Golden Hills Plaza. One of the main tenants that the Golden Hills Plaza was designed for was actually a grocery store outlet usage, which Trader Joe's obviously fulfills. And food and beverage sales are a allowed usage, including grocers within C3. And then finally, this action is not a project that would be subject to any California Environmental Quality Act guidelines based on just the sale of alcohol. And so these are the options that we bring to council tonight. The first is obviously to take no action. The second would be to approve a resolution determining that public convenience will be served by the issuance of this license, which would essentially allow the sale of beer, wine, and spirits at the Trader Joe's. The third would be to deny the request based on findings that are to be stated within the motion. And then the fourth would be to provide an alternate direction to city staff to go back and reevaluate this proposal. And based on the findings that are presented here tonight, staff would recommend option number 2, which would be approval of that recommendation for Trader Joe's. Thank you for listening. I'll open that up to questions.
Very good. Thank you, Sam. Questions of Councilman Bausch?
Welcome. Thank you, good job. So of the four that are out there, two are gas station, kind of, they have a little bit higher volume. The two, one is a hotel and one is the RV park. Does ABC take into consideration the volume of business that a site does? I don't think they do. They just see a license and they just assume they're doing a land office business. My assumption, I don't really have any empirical data for this, but is that two of those are going to sell a little bit more and two are going to sell a little bit less. I don't really see adding a grocery store seems to be more in the spirit, pun intended, of what ABC is trying to regulate. And so is that the validation for your staff's recommendation?
It would be, yes. And so we would certainly, to the first point, ABC does not take the volume of sales into account. It is solely based on the population compared to the physical number of licenses. But certainly it's something that grocery stores are something that we would assume would be sort of the common sales for alcohol for this type of license. And so it's certainly something that staff took into consideration and we found to be kind of exactly what we would be expecting for this type of usage in this area.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, council? Okay, we'll open up to the public for any questions on this item. Seeing none, we'll bring it back. Anyone online?
No, sir.
Okay, Pro Tem Gregory.
I'd like to move that we approve resolution 26XXX, that the public convenience will be served by the issuance of type 21 ABC license Trader Joe's located at 2457 Golden Hill Road.
Second.
Okay, motion by Gregory, second by Strong. Discussion? Call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, Sam, I know you're a new team player, but I hope your arm's strong enough. We're going to do a double header here tonight because you got the next one. Exact same.
Well, let's keep on going. Sounds good to me.
Yeah, okay. Lead into item 3. That's another one for 2401 Golden Hill Road.
Exactly. Yes, so this will be another discussion of a PCN for the mobile gas station at 2401 Golden Hill. And if that sounds familiar to you, it is right basically neighboring to the spots where the Trader Joe's is being built. And so, yes, so this is the mobile gas station on the corner of Golden Hill Road and California Highway 46, again zoned as a C3 commercial area. And so this one differs a little in terms of there is already an existing license at this spot. D&M Gas Facility, which owns the mobile, has held a Type 20 license for this property for over 20 years, since August of 2005, and which authorizes beer and wine sales. Their request to City Council tonight, it would be to transition to a Type 21 license, which would allow for the addition for the harder alcohols. This is based on a customer demand, according to the ownership. Similarly, this is obviously the same census tract in the same area that we were just looking at. And so ABC has determined that there is that undue concentration, and they have tasked City Council to make the public finding, or the public convenience necessity finding for this request. And so this is the general floor plan for the interior of the store. The applicant has noted that most of the harder liquor would be kept behind the sales counter, just because obviously you wanted to have it secure, just in case. That being said, ABC licenses do, once they're approved, allow for flexibility in terms of where you store your alcohol within the store. And the exact location of where this alcohol would be stored on a long-term basis would be something that the applicant would like to explore over time. So as we talked about earlier, this is the census tract that we're looking at. There are four licenses that are considered reasonable by ABC, and there are currently 6. The difference is this one would convert an existing Type 20 to a Type 21. And so in this instance, there wouldn't be an increase in the number of licenses. It would just be a change from one type to another. And this was something that was part of staff's findings while we looked at this. The change from one license type to another does not, in the strictest terms, create a that would not create more undue concentration because it would be the same number of establishments that are selling alcohol within the area. The request to sell alcohol under the Type 21 is also something that is consistent with businesses. There are no similar gas station stores in the census tract itself that sell harder liquor, but there are gas station markets in our city that do operate under the Type 21 license, most notably the Chevron on Niblick Road, as well as the One Stop on Spring Street on the south side of town. As I said before, food and beverage sales are allowed within the C3 zoning district, so this would be consistent with municipal code regulations. And similarly to the last project as well, the action is not a project under CEQA and would not have anything pursuant to those guidelines. And so the options presented before you are the same, essentially. The first would be take no action, the second being approving the resolution that would determine the PCN would be served by the issuance of a Type 21 license for this establishment. The third would be to deny the request for the PCN based on the findings, or the fourth would be to provide alternate direction back to staff. And based on our findings, we would recommend option 2, which would be approving the PCN as requested. And so, based on that, I will open it up to questions.
Very good. Thank you, Sam. Councilman Belch.
So I'm not sure if it matters if you're doing this by geography or not, but there are two other gas stations that also sell hard alcohol. Wayside on Creston Road, and further out Creston Road, I'm not sure, it used to be a 7-Eleven, I think, I'm not sure what it is now. Circle K maybe, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Does that impact ABC's decision? Do they have final arbitration on this?
Final arbitration would be with City Council, based on whether we would
ABC is going to go with what we recommend.
Exactly.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
ABC defers to City Council in terms of final decision.
Thanks.
Okay, Pro Tem Gregory.
So also Third Base is a big one.
Yeah, on Spring Street,
Yeah, they're a
15th.
major
Yeah.
retailer. But there's no other 21 licenses in the vicinity for the gas station style.
Not in terms of the census tract, no.
Thank you.
Okay. Good on questions, council? Open up the public. Anybody have any question on this item, please come forward. All right, bring it back, and then anyone online, Melissa.
No, sir.
Okay, we'll get it back to council for direction.
Mayor Hammond,
Pro Tem Gregory.
I move that we approve 26XX Act determining that public convenience will be served by the issuance of Type 21 ABC license for the business located at 2401 Golden Hill Road.
Second.
Motion by Gregory, second by Beal. Discussion? All right, we'll call for the question, Melissa.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal? Aye. Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
No.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye,
Motion passes 4-1.
very good. Well done, Sam. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
You bet.
Go back and see us.
Gladly.
Okay, item 4 on public hearings tonight is continued. That's going to be, I think, was that the one that we had continued first reading? Yeah, okay, continue from April 7th, introduction, first reading, title only, Chapter 21.52, Paso Robles Municipal Code, updating standards related to temporary, prohibited, and non-conforming signs. Darcy, you have that item for us?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Darcy Delgado, I'll be providing the presentation for the zoning amendment for the sign ordinance. This is Chapter 21.52. Really, the emphasis tonight is on non-commercial temporary signs or political signs. As I understand it, it was continued at the last meeting because it got hung up on what are we really talking about tonight. So I'm going to dive into that a little bit more with some clarity. All right, so as I said, this is an amendment to the sign ordinance, Chapter 21.52 of the zoning code. In short, this is a housekeeping item to ensure consistency with the latest laws and best practices. There are some proposed revisions to the chapter that are more minor, which are those updated definitions, provides clarity. It also helps with enforcement in general. But the highlight of the changes and why we're here tonight, it was really spurred by the temporary non-commercial sign standards, most notably the political signs. And so as we're approaching the election season, getting this before the City Council so that we can, again, bring our ordinance up to best practices is really why we're here tonight. So I have just a slide to show you the temporary non-commercial sign changes. Again, there are other changes that are proposed. They are more minor in context, but I wanted to highlight this slide. Essentially, the changes to the non-commercial signs are defining the appropriate time, place, and manner for the temporary non-commercial signs, which again, we're really talking about the political signs. So you can see that the location of these signs are allowed on any property in residential zoning districts. They are allowed on private property only with the permission of the property owner. And in terms of size and quantity, temporary signs shall not exceed 6 square feet per linear foot of building or tenant space frontage. There is a duration and removal requirement, so it says that temporary non-commercial signs may be posted for a total of 90 days in a calendar year. But if a temporary non-commercial sign is related to a specific event, it would need to be removed no later than 7 days following the said event. Lastly, for speech, in each instance and under the same conditions to which this chapter permits any sign, a sign containing an ideological, religious, or other non-commercial speech shall be permitted wherever commercial signage is permitted. So I've included this as a blue underline that represents this is new text being added to the zoning code. And again, there are other changes, but we're really focusing on this tonight. Happy to dive into any questions after I wrap up my presentation. As mentioned, there are other cleanup items regarding definitions. So we need to clarify, flashing and moving signs, vehicle or trailer mounted signs. There has been difficulty in years past on when there is a call from somebody from the public and code enforcement is going out. We need to make sure that these definitions are extremely clear because it has been a problem for staff to advise on what to do. Again, we're also updating definitions for obsolete signs, making sure it's clear that there can be no obstruction of ingress or egress, and also defining the signs that are in the public right-of-way. So as I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, this is a continued item from the April 7th, 2026 City Council hearing. There was an issue raised with regard to, is this going to affect banner signs or feather flag signs, real estate signs? I noted that there were several items on the addendum for this public hearing item, concerns that this would somehow impact real estate signs as well as the A-frame portable sandwich board signs. There are no changes proposed that would affect any of these signs. There are no changes also to the rules or enforcement procedures. So again, just pointing back to that we had a need to update the zoning codes more specifically to political signs. We did roll in a few other changes, but we are not proposing any changes to the items listed on the screen. This slide is just generally pointing to that this ordinance is not subject to the provisions of CEQA, and so we do not, in terms of CEQA, it is exempt. Okay, so here are some options for the City Council tonight. The first option would be to take no action as this is a change to the zoning code. It is an ordinance. The second option would be to introduce this for first reading by title only, amending Chapter 21.52 of the Paso Robles Municipal Code. Lastly, you could provide alternative direction to staff. Our recommendation, hopefully with clarity tonight, is to introduce for first reading by title only the ordinance that would amend Chapter 21.52 of the Paso Robles Municipal Code. And I'm happy to entertain any questions.
All right, thank you, Darcy. Questions of Darcy? Tim Gregory?
Yep. Darcy, thank you for clearing some of that up. So just for the record, open house signs for real estate offices are okay to put up temporarily for open houses?
So there's no changes to the enforcement. I don't believe that they were technically allowed, but there's also no changes proposed tonight. So if that's something that the council does want to address, that does seem unrelated to tonight's item, but certainly if there's changes that the council wants to see with those, but they're not affected by tonight's action.
That's just a question. So, and enforcement, is that done by Community Services Department or who?
Yeah, there's a kind of a combination. Planning division will get calls, and if it's something on private property, we can handle reaching out to the owner who owns the signage. If it's something in the right of way, we would coordinate with the Community Services Division.
Thank you.
Councilman Belch.
Just you mentioned political signs. That's one of the reasons we wanted to review this in a timely fashion. Can you recap exactly what we're supposed to take away as far as the changes to political signs? Just briefly.
Sorry, to the political signs?
So we're having changes to placement of political signs.
Yes.
Can you just recap in just short, brief,
Yes, so
those changes?
Really the changes are to point to best practices for time, place, and manner of political signs. And so we didn't have those standards previously. Now we would like to have them, and it really points to enforcement. If there's signs that are up for longer than 90 days, it wasn't super clear on what we would do, or the size limitation. So we have better standards now, and this is just industry standards. So it all got packaged together and keeping it out of the right-of-way, correct. Including owner's permission, yes.
Okay. Any other questions, council? We'll bring it up to then the public for any questions on this one. Please come forward.
Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. I think I forgot my question walking up here. Election signs, I hope he's okay. Election signs, what did you just ask? Right, that distracted me. Well,
Linda, if
I
you
have
can
to
address.
say that it must have been a lie. That's what my mom would say. I can't remember the question now.
Right.
I stumble my way forward.
Yes. We'll get you here.
Good evening, Council. Jim Irving, Paso Robles resident, 406 6th Street. Over 30 years as a real estate broker in this town. I'm interested to hear Darcy comment there'd be no changes to certain things when the exhibit says, for instance, that feather signs would be prohibited. One of the first items under prohibited signs. My concern for the real estate community is that it's not clear within this language what is permitted or not permitted. It says temporary signs are limited to only 2. Even in this day of MapQuest and everything else, many times we have listings that require more than 2 temporary signs, and that should be taken into consideration. I think this is the language that I've seen in the exhibits, the proposed changes, do not adequately address the issues that the real estate community is involved with here. And so I would ask staff to go back and maybe consult with the real estate community into the appropriate language, or come up with something that we could weigh in on and say, yeah, because we don't want to get in trouble. We have, many years ago, maybe before most of you were on the council, we went down this road with signs and real estate signs, and then restricted it to the way it's been. You have one real estate sign on the subject property. You didn't have 20 of them showing you how to get to it that were left permanently, but we were allowed these temporary open house signs, and I want to make sure that that is protected for my community. That's it. Thank you, Darcy.
Thank you, Jim.
Okay, I remembered my question, if it's okay. Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. Enforcement. Last election, we had some significant issues with signs on cars. So with enforcement, last election, it was the police department that was coming out to the complaints of too large signs. I got a complaint myself about Chris Bill's sign and Sharon Roden's sign. So in this upcoming election, my question was going to be, how is enforcement going to be handled? Thank you.
Sharon, welcome.
Sharon Roden, Paso Robles. I'm speaking as a private individual. In response to that last comment, the reference to the large sign was located on private property. It would. There was another sign that was at Taps. Both Mr. Rivera's sign and mine at the time were located on city property. Neither one of us were aware of that at the time. He since moved it back. So the private property issue is important. I was aware of that. Others were not. They didn't ask me. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we'll bring it back to council. Do we have anybody online on this one?
No, sir.
Okay, so we had a couple questions, Darcy, maybe. Can you, again, I got quite a few emails as well on the real estate side of things here, clarifying only 2 signs. Can you kind of elaborate a little bit on that? And then the last question was enforcement and how it's handled. I'm assuming that's going to be on a complaint basis, but I'll let you guys explain.
Sure. And one thing I forgot to mention earlier is between the April 7th meeting and tonight, I did also meet with a member of Main Street to address some of the concerns, as I understand that Main Street brought up concerns at the last meeting. And so I forgot to mention that before, so I'm mentioning it now. So to answer the question about the real estate feather flag signs, so a feather flag sign, the traditional where it's, it's a long feather, it looks like a feather, those are a prohibited sign type in the code. Now, I think that there's it's unclear because we haven't been doing enforcement on these for, I would say, since 2017, 2018. So the last time council had indicated to planning division staff that we wanted to clean those up. So usually when somebody calls, and if this was somebody from a real estate agency, I would say probably be better to do more like a sandwich board sign, since those are regulated under the, it's Title 11, since they're not under the sign code. If they're going to invest in signage, they should probably invest in signage that is allowed. But at this point, it is low on the priority. So if somebody is investing in a feather flag sign or other temporary signage that is not defined as allowed in the zoning code, it is low on the list of priority, and so staff is not actively calling these out, and members of the public are not also calling them out. So I think it would take the council to make future changes if they're looking to specifically address feather flag signs. So hopefully that answers the question. And I heard that there was a comment of 2. So feather flag signs, because they're not allowed, there would be no numerical value attached to it. And then for the question on how enforcement will be handled for this election year, typically for planning division staff, again, it's complaint driven. Now, I am not sure if community services has been advised by, in this case, I guess it would be the city council, to do more active code enforcement, and perhaps Chris could answer that question.
Yeah, I'll jump in and I'll maybe have Melissa jump in as well. But I know as we come upon election season, our office, specifically Melissa, will sit down, and as you all, I think, have gone through, we have a comprehensive program where Melissa is providing quite a bit of information to you, including what the sign regulations and ordinances look like, and hopes to help clarify where and where not signs can be placed ahead of the election season. I know hearing that and then what happens in the field can vary a little bit. And so when we have a team internally that addresses these types of temporary signage. And typically what we again try to do is do our best to determine whether or not a sign is placed in a legal manner. If it's in the city right away or attached to a city fence, we know that. We can reach out, and 99% of the time that's taken care of almost immediately. part of what we're looking to clean up tonight is those instances that we've come across, not just with election signs, but with other types of temporary signs where it's not so clear as to where those are specifically located and for how long they're up. And that's simply what this cleanup does, is to help answer the question of, how do we do enforcement. This helps kind of narrow down some of the variables that staff has faced over the last few election seasons, particularly, but again, it applies to all temporary signs. So that would be, that's probably a little bit more information. I'm happy to kind of dive into the details if you'd like me to, but this helps clarify some things on staff's end and hopefully clarifies for all future candidates a little bit more what the intent of the ordinance is and where the intent of these signs to be placed are. I would say, and just to reiterate, the other elements of the sign ordinance that have been talked about both last time and this time, feather signs, A-frame signs, we're not touching those sections of the code. If there are questions or a need to look into that, we can certainly take that as feedback. That would necessitate probably a different discussion and at a later time. The intent, again, with this minor cleanup was to get at some of those most commonly raised questions and issues that staff is facing and trying to equitably apply our sign code throughout the year.
Yeah, give you some tools to work with, more defined.
Mariano?
Pro Tem Gregory.
So I'd like to make a motion on this, but a question first.
Yeah, we're done discussion.
So my question is, if we were to approve this item, the council could listen to future issues from the real estate folks or whatever to adjust this ordinance, correct?
Certainly.
Okay.
Okay, Pro Tem, or no, actually.
Great segue. I would propose, in the interest of getting this motion passed tonight, understand that some of the confusion comes from a feather sign that's there, that's 9 feet, 12 feet tall permanently versus, a feather sign that's considerably smaller and there for a few hours. And same with the small A-frame signs that realtors use for open house. It is confusing. I tried to go back and look at it from a realtor standpoint, from a city council member's standpoint, and I think the solution is pass this tonight and then create either an ad hoc committee or something to come back at a later date. It's not, the feather signs aren't a real high priority. I don't think this is a real high priority on enforcement, but I think, as Mr. Irving stated, realtors want to do the right thing, and it's really hard to comply to do the right thing the way it's stated today. So bring it back at a later date, and let's get it encoded so that it's there for black and white. Everybody can live by those rules. That would be my recommendation.
Okay. Any other discussion on council?
I'll make a
Pro Tem Gregory.
motion that we introduce the first reading by title only of ordinance 4XXX, amending chapter 21.52 of the Paso Robles Municipal Code.
Second with an amendment. We have form of ad hoc committee to address the realtors.
Yeah, sometime in the future.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion by Gregory, second by Bausch to approve the item with a add-on to form an ad hoc in the future to review this and clarify probably more for, I think that real estate industry, I think is the one that I saw more.
Yeah, right.
And also, I think too, again, my personal knowledge is during the election signs, people are like putting signs without permission on property. That is a huge one, and knowing where to put a sign, and also if you have permission of the property owner to do so. So
For the record, it was Public Works who removed the signs.
yeah,
How would you know?
I watched them.
it has happened. Yes. All right. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion? Call for the question, Melissa.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Vouch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Councilmember Strawn?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, yeah. Darcy, yeah, we want to do a 5-minute break, but you have the next one. You're a doubleheader also here, so. Okay, 5-minute break. we can reassemble everyone. Looks like, yeah. Darcy, looks like we're on number 5, approval of Oak Tree for Ardmore project, including zone map amendment, special plan development overlay designation, and an oak tree removal.
Yes. Good evening again. Darcy Delgado. I'll be providing the report for the Oak at Ardmore project. This is a 154-unit residential subdivision. Typically, we handle the development plans and subdivisions at the Planning Commission, but this is a special project that requires some additional zoning overlays, a rezone, and an oak tree removal. And so everything has been packaged up as one project. Just to note that this was reviewed by the Planning Commission previously, and they did make a recommendation to the City Council for approval, so that is noted in your staff report. I'll go ahead and get started. I'm going to do a really high-level overview of this project because we have the applicant present tonight, and they are going to provide a little bit more detail, so I don't want to be too duplicative in that in our presentations. So the applicant here is Covelop Inc. and MD3 Investments. They they have applied for the entitlements for 2930 Union Road. So this is in the northeast portion of the city. You can see some adjacent locations, so Daniels Woodland, we have Spur, the Fire Station 3, of course. I've noted on the map the future Marriott, which is a Fairfield Inn, and then to the further to the east, you have the Barney Schwartz Park. So just to get your bearings, we're at Ardmore and Ardmore. The current zoning designation for the project site is a commercial light industrial, so it's C3. It has a plan development overlay, as well as a District F overlay, which I'll get into here shortly. And then the current land use designation is commercial service. So you might be wondering why we're talking about a residential project when the zoning is commercial industrial. So I'm going to give you some background on the subject site, but leading into, the applicant is asking for a rezone request to permit residential uses by right. So this project this site was originally entitled for the Covelop Industrial Project. So they received their entitlement in 2024. This was a 240,000 square foot industrial complex. The applicant around 2024 started making new plans essentially because the city started engaging with the Cal Poly students. They had come up with this vision plan for reusing this area next to North Chandler Ranch. We have a multifamily accelerator program where we're looking for infill sites for residential. And so everything that the city was we were exploring in end of 2024 after they had gotten their industrial complex approved was kind of pointing to maybe we can put residential here. Also in October of 2024, the applicant, Covelop and MD3 Investments, they looked into an age-restricted housing concept plan. That did not move forward. But ultimately, they landed with the current project, which is entitled Oak at Ardmore Townhouses. And we've been working on that 2025 to present. And I just will note that back in November of 2025, the City Council had previously seen a very high-level version of tonight's presentation, limited information, of course, but essentially approving a reservation of some general plan surplus units for the site. So that gave the applicant some assurance as they were going through the development review process with the planning department that these units could be earmarked if it successfully attained all the approvals. So you may remember that from the end of last year. Okay, so there are a series of entitlements being requested in order to move this development plan for these townhouses forward. What I want to start with first is the rezone. So rezone 25-03 has two components. One of the components is establishing a mixed-use overlay. This is necessary to allow residential uses by right. This is something that, of course, requires the City Council action. This would be a change to the zoning map. And also with that is a correlation for allocating an actual allocation, not just a reservation, but allocating the surplus density units to this site for this project. And so what I've included on this slide is, of course, the map showing the proposed mixed-use overlay. with the surrounding uses. But then also you can see that table which says it's a surplus density unit cycle 2 tracking table. So this goes back to our 2020 housing element when we kind of creatively we were looking for any extra units that that were this surplus. So it was the second time around that we had done this. And what we had our consultant, she had some methodologies, but she came up with, there were 345 total units that could be allocated by the city council, essentially to address any upzoning or rezoning needs where we saw infill residential as being having high potential. So you might remember we successfully, with the housing element, we rezoned 2 parcels to include that mixed-use overlay, and that included the Highland Center site that's off of Niblick Road next to Highlands Church, and then also the Woodland Plaza pad, that is where Riverwalk Terrace is now. So previously that was just a commercial zoning, or both of them were commercial zoning, so regional commercial. And so without that mixed-use overlay, they would not have been able to proceed with a residential project. So we're doing the same thing essentially with this project, and as I said, there is a request for the rezone, but also an allocation of units. And so there are 2 different resolutions that are for those 2 different actions. The second component of Rezone 25-03 is establishing a special plan development overlay. This is going to be overlay K. And in our zoning code, we have several special development overlays, special plan development overlays, and they're really when you have unique zoning. And this is exactly what the zoning code is allows the city council to do, is when you have a unique project that requires unique zoning, there are stipulations and standards that we're bound by, but essentially, in this case, townhomes require 0 lot line development. If we didn't develop the special plan development overlay, the project could not move forward because the mixed-use overlay and the C3, the mixed-use overlay alone, it requires setbacks between structures. So inherently, we have to also include this special plan development overlay just to be looking at 0 lot line development with this townhome model. Additionally, with the overlay that they're requesting, they kind of wanted to override another overlay F, because overlay F, I'm going to go back a slide, applies to everything you see with that yellow outline. So overlay F is essentially all those properties in that yellow boundary, they're all C3, and if you know, so North Chandler Ranch, we have future residential. We don't have any plans for it now, but there is going to be future residential. So the overlay F is really talks about compatibility of the commercial with when it's adjacent to residential. And so overlay F had some stipulations about requiring masonry walls anytime a C3 zone property is adjacent to a residential zone property. That helps with compatibility of future development and offsetting any maybe construction visuals or noise between the commercial and the residential. So because the property is adjacent to future residential zone property, with their request, they are also asking to eliminate the requirement for a masonry wall because they are a residential project. And so residential next to residential, the theory is we don't need to build that wall. But the only way to get out of that is to request it as part of this special zoning request. And then lastly, with the overlay K, it's really just going to establish the minimum lot size, the parking requirements, all the common recreation amenities that are specific to this project. So for any reason this project didn't move forward down the road, future developer would be bound to this project, or they would have to make amendments, and it seems like the city council would be interested to know what changes would want to be made. So, so that is why we've embedded those into this special overlay. Okay, so moving on, there are other entitlements that are part of this package. So the first bullet point is the development plan, the conditional use permit, and a modification. In short, this is to establish the 154-unit residential development along with those development standards, architectural criteria, site planning for the parking, landscaping, amenities, the clubhouse, the pool, the playground, the common areas. I will touch on, not very often do we have a residential development that needs a use permit. The reason the use permit is coming up is, again, this was C3 underlaid zoning, and it required those properties to also obtain a use permit. So had this been a commercial project, and it was at one point, right? They had to get a development plan and a use permit to ensure compatibility with surrounding uses. we can't really get rid of it, but it doesn't serve a whole lot of purpose. It is embedded in with the PD, with Plan Development 2514. And then the modification request is because this development has, they have some specific development standards that they were looking for relief from. They had to request the modification, so we built it into the development plan. And those are specific development standards, including roof and eave designs. They had some changes to their retaining wall heights that the Planning Commission was able to approve to increase the retaining wall height over 6 feet. And lastly, there was a modification regarding pedestrian-oriented frontages, some relief from that for a portion of the project. So these are things that the Planning Commission was able to approve, but because it was elevated, this whole project has to be elevated because we need the rezone and we need the allocation of units in order for this to move forward. I just wanted to note that what the Planning Commission had previously seen and also what they approved. So then moving on, we also have a vesting tentative tract map, 3255. This specific entitlement is going to establish the 154 individual fee simple residential lots. There are also 10 common lots, and as well as the proposed right-of-way for the Ardmore Road extension, which I will dive into that in the next slide or two. And the very last entitlement is an oak tree removal, as we know that those can only be approved by the City Council. So again, this is a package deal, so we don't want to approve any development plans without also acknowledging oak tree removals and vice versa. You wouldn't want to approve oak tree removals without knowing what the development plan is, so that's why it's all included. They are requesting the removal of 6 valley oak trees, which total 265 inches, but they are meeting the requirement to replant 34 2-inch diameter mitigation oak trees, and I believe they're actually going above and beyond that. When the applicant gets up, I believe he can touch on that a little bit more. Okay, so here is the development plan in greater detail. The applicant is proposing to, if approved, they would propose to do this in 2 phases. So phase 1 would be the more northerly portion. So just to the, I guess that would be the west is the Daniels Woodland Factory. And then phase 2 is a little bit further south, and that is adjacent to the Spur Construction Yard. With the different phases, they have some amenities that are going to be provided. So in phase 1, they have a community building, they have a pool, there's some other outdoor areas for people who live there. But the basin that's adjacent to this community building it's going to serve for drainage, but also, it will serve as a recreational area. So it's kind of a seasonal basin, but that can also be used other times of the year. In phase 2, they are proposing a tot lot playground, so a single tot lot playground with their description included a minimum of 17 play features. And so that would be required with the construction of the 100th, or prior to the 100th unit being final, they would have to provide that. This will serve both phases. So it is one community and one plan, but it is separated and bisected by the Ardmore Road extension. Speaking of the Ardmore Road extension, this will be a public road. It will eventually connect to Airport Road and North Chandler Ranch. So I just pulled this from the city's GIS map and included the circulation layer. So if you have any questions about this, we can touch back on it. But I just wanted to note that that was a question at Planning Commission to understand if this was a public road, and it is. Other internal streets are going to be private. So airport would be most closely aligned, I believe, with the green. Is that correct, Warren? The green line would be Airport Road. Yes, very close. So this is, orderly development, how we get the future Ardmore extension to then punch out to the future Airport Road. So, this project would be, helping construct that. Another component with this project is an affordability aspect. So as part of the entitlement project, staff and the applicant, we coordinated on an affordable housing component. This was really kind of coming out of the November 2025 meeting that we had with the council when we were talking about reserving the units. There was an interest for there to be something more. And so The applicant came up with a system that's essentially modeled after the County of San Luis Obispo's Regional Housing Incentive Program. And I'm not going to read all of this, but it is a condition of approval, what you see italicized and in quotes. But essentially, they're proposing a one-time payment of $60,000 to the City of Paso Robles that can be used for future programs that can satisfy the project's affordable housing contribution associated with the entitlement. So it's something new. We don't have any standard with the city, but this is a good first step into possibly finding some solutions for affordable housing. And I know the applicant can explain it in a little bit greater detail of how this system works for the county of SLO, but wanted to note it here for the City Council. I'm not really going to touch too much on the architecture. It is a modern farmhouse architectural type. In short, the Planning Commission was very pleased with the different variation of the units, being that these are air-gapped units. There were, again, I mentioned that they had to ask for some modifications to roof and eave requirements. And again, it's with townhomes that are at zero lot line, there were some things that they just couldn't achieve. And so it made sense on what they were asking for. But the Planning Commission did approve the architecture, and there were no issues with the design of the project in terms of architecture. But one thing I will note that came up at Planning Commission was one of the modifications that was requested initially. We started with a different wall. And so just to give you some context, if you're standing on Ardmore, it would be the north-south extension on Daniels Woodland property, looking at this vacant property, this is what you would see. So this would be facing east. So
is this just on phase 2?
So this would be phase 1.
Okay, phase 1 and 2 will have that block wall?
Just phase 1, it's just a portion of the project. I actually have, let me see if I can advance. Here we go.
Yeah.
So this, maybe I should have included this one first. So there is a fencing plan for this project. So the red, which I know it's kind of hard to see, but there is a 6-foot tall perimeter wood slat fence around the majority of the site, and that's a rear yard fence. In blue is the 6-foot tall vinyl coated micro mesh chain link fence for there's 2 basins that will be fenced and not functional. But where you see the PC recommended 6-foot tall wall in green, that is the backyard of 2 buildings that the code had said needed to have a pedestrian oriented frontage on a main street. Well, the way they designed this project, their frontage is actually off of that alley. And so originally the applicant wanted a 6-foot tall wall, but staff was working with them to do a 3-foot tall wall. Planning Commission recommended a 6-foot tall wall again, so we were kind of back and forth. But ultimately, going back to the other slide, the applicant proposed this masonry wall. So we are, as part of the project, they were asking for this modification. Planning Commission was supportive of it and had asked staff to work with the applicant to come up with something to bring to City Council for final determination. So staff feels that the proposed wall, it's just for those 2 buildings, and so it would be across from the Daniels Woodland factory. It's not for the entire site. It's appropriate, but we were thinking, we added a condition for there to be some like pilasters every 25 feet, and we coordinated that with the applicant. They were okay with it. In the essence of time, we didn't have a new updated rendering to provide to council. So it is up for discussion this evening, but essentially staff and the applicant have agreed that this is a reasonable fence detail for this portion of the project.
Darcy, go back to that one slide. I want to make sure I'm oriented right. No, the one,
right?
yeah, that one, so the green circle is in the northwest corner of the project?
Yes.
Toward our fire station?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, it's actually, it would be closer to, so Daniels, it would be like the
Yeah.
northernmost portion of Daniels Woodland Factory.
Just east of Woodlands, okay, got it. Okay, I'm just want to make sure I'm sitting right here.
And the Planning Commission had concerns of a 3-foot fence, even though, the code was calling for a 3-foot fence, they had concerns about just it not working from a practical standpoint. And so this was ultimately the recommendation that they made to council, was to come up with an alternative wall plan. So happy to touch on it if we need to backtrack, but I'll go ahead and keep going. They also had another recommendation to forward to the City Council. They requested that that planning staff include a condition of approval that would alert buyers of the site's proximity to the existing commercial uses. So as I showed on that earlier map, there's a large number of C3 zone properties. This would be considered an infill site for housing. And so their concern was a need for a disclosure or buyer acknowledgement regarding the zoning and the permitted land uses. So they have come up with a draft disclosure and buyer acknowledgement, and then staff has added a condition of approval to, I believe it's Resolution C, that a disclosure and buyer acknowledgement regarding the zoning and permitted land uses would be provided to all prospective buyers as soon as practicable and before transfer of title. And really what this is going to do is anyone who is looking to, purchase a lot in this subdivision would be aware that they're around, C3 commercial industrial uses. And as long as they're abiding by the zoning ordinance and the noise ordinance built into the zoning code, that, this is really how we get infill housing. There's kind of a little bit of a trade-off, but they're still going to have to abide by the noise ordinance. So it's not, we just don't want people complaining, oh, I have a construction yard behind me now. Well, it was there before you were here. So that's what the purpose of this is. As mentioned, there are some oak tree removals proposed with this plan. Back when this was the co-develop industrial project, there were all the same, nearly the same oak tree removals proposed, and they were previously approved by council. Oak tree number 3 has since fallen and is dead, and since the council made their last action back in 2024. So it's no longer a part of the requested action, but we wanted to show it on the map. And then previously, I'm gonna forget if it's, I think it was 13. Tree number 13 was okay, but when the arborists reevaluated the tree from moving from an industrial project to a residential project, it just wasn't, it was in such bad health. And when you start adding families and, the safety aspect came into play, the arborist changed the recommendation to remove tree number 13, I believe it's 13. And so in this case, oak tree number 10 is the only tree to be protected. As I mentioned before, the total inches for removal is 265 inches. The tree replacement requirement would be 67 inches. They are going above and beyond this requirement. At a minimum, they would have to plant 34 replacement trees. So this is the graphic that the applicant provided showing the location of their replacement trees. Just because of the sheer number of trees being removed and what's going to be replanted, we did have their arborist review this to make sure the trees were going to be planted in a good location, especially in some cases, staff was worried if it was going to be in somebody's backyard, maybe with only 10 feet, not really having enough room. So we went back and made revisions per the arborist recommendation. So this is the final layout, but certainly moving forward, if the arborist had different recommendations, we could readjust as needed. So this project is subject to the California Environmental Quality Act. So I want to note that on February 20th, 2024, the City Council adopted a mitigated negative declaration for that co-develop industrial project. With this new project, we prepared an addendum to that 2024 MND, and it was determined that there have been no substantial changes to the project that require essentially us opening up and doing a brand new environmental study is what all of that says. So I don't need to read it. But it was a really thorough effort. We looked at, this is basically, even though it's two different uses, it's a similar impact in terms of environmental review. And so we've prepared that addendum, noting that there are some mitigation measures that were previously as part of that 2024 MND that are going to carry forward with this new project. So this includes biological mitigation measures for nesting bird surveys, avoiding direct take of kit fox during construction by including worker education training and den surveys, and then also a mitigation measure regarding cultural resources, and that if any human remains are encountered during ground disturbing activity, that the project would stop within a 100-foot radius of the find. And so really what I want to just kind of highlight on the addendum to the MND is that the project it was evaluated and analyzed, and there are no new impacts. So we looked at all the different criteria that are required by CEQA, traffic, noise, aesthetics, and it was, with all of those and with all of the supporting material and documentation and studies that were required for this project, there were no new issues that were raised, no new impacts, nothing more intensive, and so we are able to carry forward with the addendum to the mitigated negative declaration with these 3 mitigations to carry forward. I will note that there is a change to Resolution 26XXX for this will be essentially Resolution C, Exhibit B. We had 2 engineering conditions of approval that at the last minute we discovered are actually not necessary and irrelevant because they do with a lot merger or lot line adjustment, and there is nothing to that effect. And so with the City Council's action tonight, we would request that this be considered to be omitted from that exhibit. So this would be conditions of approval numbers 36 and 37. All right, so the council has several options that you could take tonight. So because this requires, the rezone, it requires changes to the ordinance, the council, of course, could take no action. Option 2 would be to approve the project by making a number of actions. And so the first is approving the Resolution A, which would certify the addendum to the mitigated negative declaration for the plan development, the rezone, the modification, the vesting tentative tract map, the conditional use permit, and the oak tree removal. 2B would be to introduce for first reading by title only an ordinance that would approve the rezone 2503 regarding those updates to the zoning code and the zoning map. And just to kind of reiterate, because it's been a while since I highlighted it, those are dealing with the mixed use overlay to allow residential uses by right, and that special plan development K, which is allowing, zero lot line development. It's really just allowing special criteria for this site. 2C would be to approve Resolution 26XXXB, approving an allocation of 154 surplus density units to the subject parcel. 2D is to approve the Resolution 26XXX, Resolution C, approving the development plan, the conditional use permit, and the modification, noting those changes to Exhibit B. 2E is to approve the resolution dealing with the vesting tentative tract map 3255. And then lastly, 2F would be approving Resolution 26XXXE, which would deal with the oak tree removal request, oak tree removal 25-09. Lastly, if the council could also provide alternative direction to staff. However, being that Planning Commission has reviewed this and the council has, considered the reservation of units back in end of 2025, altogether with Planning Commission and staff's recommendation is to approve the project. And I won't read all these again, but if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them, but just note that we have an applicant presentation as well.
Okay. Let's question, do we also want to have the applicant speak or do anything before we get into questions? Yeah, let's see if we can, Darcy, let's get the applicant. Come on up, please. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Hammond and council members. My name is Ian McCarville. I'm a land use consultant at Kirk Consulting, and I'll be sharing a brief presentation on this project. So as you've heard from Darcy, this project has gone through quite a few iterations. The site was originally approved in 2024 with a mixed-use light industrial and commercial project, following an application submitted in 2021. The applicant actively pursued that concept, seeking tenants, financing, and construction, but ultimately there was no market interest. This is consistent with what we're seeing more broadly, with nearby projects like the Landing and the Paso Robles Commons facing similar challenges and a significant amount of commercially zoned properties in the airport area remaining vacant and undeveloped. As market conditions evolved, the applicant revisited this concept and proposed an age-restricted housing project in 2024. While that concept was not supported, it did ultimately help inform the applicant and city staff in refinement of this project. That process led to the proposal before you today, which was submitted in May 2025. And ultimately, this evolution reflects a shift toward a use that better aligns with current market realities, the city's housing needs, and the long-term vision for this area as a mixed-use node. The proposed project includes 154 multifamily townhome units along with centrally located clubhouse and a network of open spaces and internal circulation. Development will occur in 2 phases, which will allow the project to be built out incrementally as infrastructure is completed. A key design feature of the site plan was organized around the preservation of a large, healthy oak tree, which serves as a focal point for the community and where the project derives its name, the Oak at Ardmore. From an entitled standpoint, the project also includes a request for the mixed-use overlay and a special plan development overlay, which together allows the residential use and the flexibility needed to achieve the proposed site design and density. The project also includes a request for an oak tree removal permit for 1 additional tree beyond those previously approved as a part of the commercial and industrial project. In terms of existing neighborhood characteristics, the site is located within the C3 zoning. While this designation does allow for commercial service uses, development in this immediate area is relatively low intensity, consisting of uses such as spur construction, Case Pacific, Daniels Woodland, and Autocraft collision repair. The surrounding area is otherwise generally developed with single-family residences and also includes Fire Station 3, as well as Paso Robles School District and Culinary Arts Academy. When considering a broader neighborhood context, there's R1 zoning with existing single-family residences directly south of the site, as well as near Case Pacific and Spurs Construction, and further west along Ardmore Road. In addition, we have North Chandler Ranch located to the south and east, and recreation uses situated to the east as well. While the base zoning for the site is C3, the surrounding area already includes a mix of residential and recreational uses. As such, the project would function as a natural extension of these existing development patterns and is well suited given the proximity to these uses. In a broader context, it's clear that this site is well suited for higher density, attainable, and affordable by design housing. The project is located near a wide range of goods, services, recreation, and employment. Within about a mile, we have the Golden Hills Plaza, Paso Commons Business Park, the existing and future Ravine Water Park, the future Marriott Hotel, the Paso Sports Club, and Barney Schwartz Park. The Landing Business Park is also just about 1.5 miles away. When looking at housing opportunities further north, these opportunities are largely constrained by our airport land use zones that restrict residential development, making this location one of the more viable areas for this part of the city to accommodate housing. Additionally, Ardmore Road includes continuous sidewalks on both sides in most areas and at least one side along the entire length, providing safe and accessible pedestrian corridor. These sidewalks connect to the broader circulation network, linking the subdivision to the nearby businesses along Golden Hill Road, including Enterprise, At Home Massage, Mark's Tire Service, various supply stores, and 2 churches, just to name a few. The sidewalk network continues to Golden Hills Plaza, allowing a resident to realistically walk from the project site all the way to destinations such as Lowe's or the new Trader Joe's on a continuous sidewalk. So from a location standpoint, this site is not isolated. It is an ideal location for housing where residents can easily access these nearby amenities, services, and employment centers. Looking at the city's future roadway network, it also becomes clear that extending residential development from the north, from the existing neighborhoods to the south, is both logical and intentional, as the planned streets will provide direct connections to these destinations previously mentioned. Additionally, an important part of this project is the construction of the Ardmore Road extension across the site, which will serve as a key future connection point for developments to the east and will also feature sidewalks on both sides, providing safe pedestrian access. When evaluating how this project fits into the broader city's housing goals, it also aligns in several key ways. As Darcy noted, the site has been identified as an ideal location for higher density residential development. It supports the city's policies and housing objectives and benefits from its location within an established urban area. It was also identified as a priority opportunity site through the Multifamily Accelerator Program, where the mixed-use overlay is intended to provide flexibility and help encourage housing production. In addition, the site was allocated the 154 general plan surplus density units back in November 2025, and the project has remained materially the same since then. With approval of this project, those density units can now be assigned, and the project would deliver approximately 75% of the city's housing entitlement goals for 2025 and 2026 combined. The site has also been identified as a prime location for higher density housing as a part of the Cal Poly concept plan for the North Chandler Ranch. The study evaluated how this area could serve, or how it could be developed over time, and specifically identified the property for mixed use and higher density residential. The vision is to extend existing neighborhoods northward in a logical way while introducing more compact and efficient housing designed to achieve higher densities. While this project may be the first residential project in this area, based on everything I shared, it is clear it will not be the last. Diving a little bit into the site design, the project is planned around a fully connected circulation network for pedestrians and vehicles. A continuous system of sidewalks and internal pathways links all residential buildings, open spaces, and the clubhouse, promoting walkability throughout the site. From a vehicular standpoint, access is provided from Ardmore Road Extension, with internal private roads that allow for full circulation and access to all units, guest parking, and emergency services. The landscape plan does incorporate a drought-tolerant and native planting palette that's intended to provide shade, structure, and visual interest throughout the site. Within this landscape framework, we also have a variety of recreational amenities that are provided, including open turf areas, walking paths, picnic spaces, and a woodland-themed natural play area for families and children. The townhomes will be organized into 34 buildings at a density of just under 12 units per acre in both 4 and 5 unit configurations. The two primary building types will be front-loaded and rear-loaded, with the key distinction being the garage orientation. Front-loaded units are located along the perimeter of the site, and are accessed directly from private alleys, whereas the rear-loaded units are located more internally, where garages are accessed from the opposite side, ultimately allowing the primary frontage to be located in a more pedestrian-friendly area. Units range from 3 to 4 bedrooms, with approximately 1,400 to 1,700 square feet of livable space. Each unit includes a private entry, private garage, and private open space. Architecturally, the project is inspired by an agrarian theme with modern forms and maintains a consistent design language across the site while incorporating variation in massing and roofline design to maintain that architectural interest. The project also includes a centrally located clubhouse, which will serve as the primary hub for residents. The building provides approximately 3,000 square feet of recreation room for social and community activities, including outdoor amenities such as a covered patio pool and a pool deck. As Darcy mentioned, the project does include 2 special plan development modifications and then 4 development plan modifications. These modifications were supported by the Planning Commission, and I'd be happy to talk about any of them if there are any questions. And lastly, as a part of the approved project, I touched on it briefly, but there were 6 oak trees that were approved for removal. As a part of this project, we are asking for 1 additional oak tree to be removed. That is oak tree number 13, which was found to have significant internal decay and is now considered high risk for structural failure. Since resubmitting this application, tree number 3 has fallen, so that has been removed from our request. And in terms of the mitigation, we're required to replant a total of 34 trees, and we're proposing 37, so we're exceeding that mitigation requirement. So in conclusion, the project will bring additional housing opportunities to the community and is consistent with the city's general plan, housing element, mixed-use overlay objectives, and promotes efficient use of land through a well-designed development. Based on this, we respectfully request the City Council adopt the staff and Planning Commission's recommendation and approve this project. Thank you, and we are available for any questions.
Very good, Ian. Questions of the applicant first? I do too, yeah. Pro Tem Gregory, let's start.
First of all, I'd like to disclose that I've had a couple conversations with Michael Stolte about this project and educating myself about it. My question's a little bit of a curveball for you. So on the oak tree removals and the oak tree replacements, I'm an advocate of live oaks, and I think it'd be a really good idea to get 50% of the oak trees to be live oak because they provide a certain environment annually all year round, and I think that's a good idea. I'll reserve my other comments. I think the project, I'm only supposed to ask questions, so that's all I'll ask. Thank you.
Councilman Belsch.
So similar vein, the 37 trees to be replaced, is there, what's the guarantee for long-term survival of those trees? Is there a trust that's going to be in place? There's on-site management, looks like, if there's a clubhouse. Walk me through that.
Yeah, so we would be complying with the recommendations outlined in the arborist report, and the long-term maintenance would be something probably covered by the HOA. given that a lot of them are in the community-wide landscaped areas.
Can we confirm, I'm worried that, I mean, with any kind of replacement, whether they're live oaks or otherwise, if they die, they're going to be unsightly, it's going to leave a gap. If you could circle back, I don't need to know tonight, but just.
Yeah, I can
Thanks.
definitely get a more direct answer.
Councilmember Beal.
Thanks. Super presentation, that was very helpful. In some of your documents, you reference workforce housing or affordable by design. Do you have a definition for that, or what do you have in mind when you use those words?
Yeah, so when we say affordable by design, it's really this attainable housing product that's kind of targeting these, new home buyers coming into the workforce, smaller lot sizes, more compact living areas. With this zero lot line configuration, you really do have these much smaller lots. And so that is, in a sense, a sacrifice for more affordability. And so when we say affordable by design, it's that compact idea.
Do you have a range of, and I know there's a lot of unknowns, and time is an unknown. Do you have a range of asking prices that you might be thinking about for this project?
I'll let Mr. Michael Soley come up and speak.
Yeah, good evening, Michael Stolte from MD3, as well as partnered with Cobellip. We're going through that right now, and obviously we still have a ways to go on the project. And as we all know, over the last 10 years or so, things can change wildly with inflation and all of that, right? So we have to caveat that. But right now, we're expecting these to be in the low 600s to the mid 600s. And in the county of San Luis Obispo, it's considered below moderate affordable housing. I believe if it's don't quote me exactly, but I think it's 690,000. So by definition, although we're not deed restricting these, we're expecting them to come in at moderate pricing for the county.
Yeah, and I think the most recent publication was about 690 for a 3-bedroom to be considered workforce. It would be, I don't remember the number for moderate, which would be just under that, but you're kind of in that range, and so I appreciate hearing that. I know that you've all been involved with different projects, different clients, different circumstances. With any of these projects, do you ever reserve a portion of the units for purchase of local owner-occupied buyers?
Yeah, we have done that in the past. That's not something that we have considered on this project, but it's not something that we wouldn't consider. I mean, to be honest, as local builders, that's our goal, right? We would like these to be 100% for the local community. That's something that we can work with our brokers on, whether we build it. It's not uncommon for us to give a certain timeline for a wait list and things like that for local families. And given the time that these projects take, it's pretty reasonable to do that, so.
That's helpful. I mean, it seems in all of your presentations and materials that that's your intent. But, it would be really nice to make sure that our local workforce has first dibs at a certain number of units or something like that, so that that intent could be actualized, because that's really what the community wants, and I know that that's important to me. What is your thinking in terms of construction time?
Yeah, so the project still has to go through final mapping. We would love to see that done in a very short amount of time, but historically that's usually kind of a 9 to 12 month process. And so, we would finish final engineering on this project. We would have to get that approved by the city. And then, you're starting to see horizontal improvements so they can get out there and start doing grading and things like that. So to answer your question in a long form, I would say it would be very reasonable to expect homes to be going vertical on this site in less than 2 years.
Okay. I think that's it for now. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Chris. Yeah, Ian, I had some questions for you and maybe some staff too. I will also say that I had an ex parte with Michael Stolte on this project, a little bit about what was going on there. And I think Darcy answered the question for me that the street going through the phase 1, phase 2 is going to be city dedicated to be designed to move on to the east beyond this project as well. What is the width of that street though? I'm just curious, I didn't see a cross-section on how wide it was. Do you have any idea? Can you tell us what the travel lane, and is there any parking on there? Leslie, maybe? Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Leslie Frazier, City Engineer. The right-of-way is proposed to be 60 feet wide. Curb to curb, it will be 40 feet. There will be one vehicle travel lane in each direction, a 12-foot vehicle lane, and it will have 8-foot for on-street parking.
Parking, that's what I was wondering
Yep,
about.
and then there will be sidewalk and parkway
Yep.
as well on both sides of the street.
Perfect. Yeah, that's where I was going next. As far as on-site, Ian, I think the garages are, a lot of them are tandem loaded with two-car garage, but then also parking in front of the garage off-street. Is that what I'm seeing on the plan?
Yeah, it was just in addition to the required, 2 spaces per unit. The units that do have a driveway do have the option to have tandem parking there too. And then I believe we have 32 guest spaces spread out throughout the community with our higher concentration right in front of the clubhouse and the park as well.
Yeah, that's exactly it. When you start getting 4-bedroom units, I'm getting a little concerned about how the density of parking is going to be on that. The other thing too I wrote down was that, you are alerting the buyers to a commercial abutment, so to speak, in that area. But maybe a question for Warren. I'm a little concerned too. Is this underneath the airport overlay? I know it's pretty much on the center line of the main runway. Does this extend out to the point where we need to also include notices of airport area?
Yeah, I think there's a standard disclosure that of the airport, but this is not within the restricted airport land use boundary.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, how far it extended out, or if it covered any portion of this, so, okay. What else?
John, most of that is disclosed in a natural hazard disclosure report the buyers got. They're going to know that there's airport and ag use.
Yeah, well, that's why we talked about having a disclosure that commercial's right next door too, and that's what it's all about, making sure people know what they're getting into, so, okay. I think that's all I had. Any other questions from council?
I have questions for staff. Can we go back?
Sure, yeah, go ahead, Chris.
And this could be for Darcy or Warren, I don't know. When was this originally zoned commercial? Do you have a sense? Plus or minus 10 years?
It would be at least back to the 90s, if not earlier.
Right, so this was originally zoned commercial before Barney Schwartz, before any of the housing on Golden Hill, before the Lowe's Center, before Bronco Burger, which is another fine amenity on Golden Hill, a long time ago, right?
No, I think it was in tandem with, just about the time Barney Schwartz Park was donated to us.
Got it, so, but a long time ago, right?
Yes, it's not anything new, that's for sure.
Yeah, and this was obviously noticed, and did you receive any comments or communications from neighbors or neighboring business owners or property owners?
No, I didn't receive any email correspondence. Of course, it would have been included in the packet. I did have a separate meeting with an adjacent business owner, the Daniels Woodland property, just to make him aware, and this was before Planning Commission, and he didn't show up to Planning Commission, so I think that, he was neutral at this point.
Right. And then I'd like to have a little bit more information on the affordable housing component of this. So we've seen in other projects that, anyway, I mean, maybe Warren or Darcy, you could talk to us how we got to this point. It's not something that's required as a policy by the city, but how we got to this point of the 2 points and the $60,000.
So as the applicant spoke, this is under your multifamily accelerator program. The purpose of that program is to encourage multifamily, kind of high-density developments like this. The council doesn't have any specific policies for affordable units to be incorporated in. The idea is really about producing more compact development for housing. That said, this did require the overlay, it did require the allocation of units, so the council does have some discretion because of the rezone to ask for some additional items in a project. when we came before you with the ask for the allocation or the earmark for the 154 surplus units, that's when there was the discussion of, well, would the applicant entertain, some sort of contribution to the overall affordable housing program? That's where they proposed what's on the screen here, that $60,000, which would be consistent with the Slope County program. And that was debated by the council and accepted at that point. So that's what's been incorporated in the project.
Great.
It's on, Darcy. No,
It
it's
didn't
on.
sound like it.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I couldn't hear myself either. So the applicant can elaborate on what the $60,000 contribution really entails, because they describe it really well. If you would like to hear more, I would encourage you to ask the applicant.
Yeah, Michael?
Yeah, Michael Stolte, MD3. So, this is actually some work that we're really proud of. Outside of my day job where we try to build things, I sit, I'm a Home Builders Association board member and president at the current moment. And I also sit on the ad hoc committee with the County of San Luis Obispo and for housing. And one of the big pieces of work that we've done together with the County of San Luis Obispo was the County of San Luis Obispo and everybody really is in deep need of affordable housing. And so the question is, how do you do that? And what the county had previously done is done an inclusionary requirement, meaning like every time, we build homes, in this case, 154 townhomes, there would be a requirement to do deed restricted homes for that project, which has an altruistic, component to it. The challenge is that those homes cost a lot of money, and what we're allowed to sell them for is historically under what they cost. And so it was actually breaking projects across the county. And so the county decided to repeal that and then said, okay, how do we fix our deed restricted challenge? These affordable home builders, they are able to build affordable deed restricted units, and they can access state funds, grants, tax subsidies, and all these other things. But what they really deeply need, and what they've communicated to the county on this ad hoc, is that if they could just get some seed funding from the county, it allows them to go to the state and have a much stronger ask in their hierarchy of their projects to be able to get that state funding. And the seed funding is so important in that way that it generally is estimated that they can get around 9 times the seed funding for these deed restricted projects. And so the county's resolution here was, okay, if we give builders the opportunity to essentially pay us a little bit of money to do things that help housing, which in this case, because you have a commercial zoned property in the county of San Luis with this program, they would charge developers 2 points to be able to move this to housing. Because it is, it's a helpful thing for us and the community from a housing standpoint, but it is a change in zoning. And so we're simply mirroring what the county of San Luis Obispo has decided, which would be 2 points, $60,000. What's not said here, and I think what's most important, is that we're really proud about this in the sense that it is $60,000, which is real money to us. But the reality is that an affordable builder with this money now with the city, if the city gives this money to an affordable builder, they should be able to get something close to $550,000 of matching funds with that seed money. So, we hope that this is not a requirement in the city of Paso. We wanted to do something that we think is meaningful and helpful, and that was kind of our suggestion.
Chris?
Michael, I think that's a really good way. As you said, the deed restricted model was broken, and it created problems down the road as somebody tried to sell, and it created more problems than it solved. So thank you for bringing this, not to be discussed tonight, but maybe a future item for council to consider how to make this kind of a model a reality. If you can leverage 60,000 to 500,000, that's huge.
It's a good tool, that's for sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from council? Okay, we'll go ahead and open up the public. Anyone have any questions on this item comes forward? Seeing none, let's come on back. Do we have anybody online?
Yes, sir. Jan Alvin.
Okay. Jan, can you hear us? Go ahead.
I can, thank you. Not so much a question, but a comment. I sat through the hours and hours long presentation when we did a complete citywide rezoning. And it was very interesting and very informative. And ever since then, I've been taking note of the projects that come before the Planning Commission and City Council, and obviously Warren Frace and his department. And so often, they ask for a project to be rezoned. And this is one of them. And I don't have a problem with this project. I think it's a great project. But that's not my question, and that's not my concern. Why do we spend the obviously hundreds of thousands of dollars on staff time and presentations to zone something when a developer can come along and ask for a rezoning? I don't understand that. I don't like it. I don't understand it because it's really something that the public can't count on. Once you've zoned something, you know, the next door neighbors sit around and say, oh, great, that nothing that I thought I was going to be afraid of can go in next door because it's zoned this, but then the city is allowed to change that. I'd really like to know what the thought process is about conducting all of these surveys and all of these programs that zone this city, and then somebody can come along and ask for a variance or an overlay or whatever you want to call it, and we allow it to be changed. I'd like to know how that happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else online?
Yes, sir. Virginia Tate.
Virginia, can you hear us? Go ahead.
Anyone else online?
Hello, Virginia?
Virginia, Harris, go ahead.
Hello, yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Yes, I have questions. Yes, hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay, I have questions about the big, oh my gosh, I'm getting feedback from the program. Let me get away from it.
Yeah, you need to
Mute whatever is in the room with you.
Can you turn it
shouldn't have
down?
These issues.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yes, I'm concerned that that project is in the airport flight paths because I remember back when you were approving the hotel, they had to cut the hotel project size because only a certain amount of people could be in the square footage because it was in the flight path. And that hotel is very close to this project.
So your question is about the airport overlay again?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you, ma'am. We'll get that answered again. Anyone else?
Oh, I have another question. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, quickly, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I do. I just want to state that the owners that of adjoining properties were not notified of this. And so you might want to figure out a way so that owners that are right in that immediate area are notified so they can chime in on this development with pertinent questions as far as setback zones and also the traffic impact. This is very dense housing, and so they're saying that there isn't a difference between the commercial buildings, the traffic generated from the commercial buildings, to this dense housing project. And I find that hard to believe. So anyway, maybe somebody could get back to me on that. Again, this is Virginia Tate. I lived at 2930 Union Road for over 40 years. And I lost my train of thought.
Okay, thank you, Virginia.
Yes, so if you could get back to me, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good night.
Anyone else?
No, sir.
Okay. Yeah, Warren, we can go ahead and get a couple of these questions if you would. I think Alvin's question was about changing zoning, and it all has to do with projects, and of course, can you explain how that's done?
Yeah, I think the basis of her question was two actions that the council undertook back in 2024. So the city did do a comprehensive update of the zoning code. So there's two parts to zoning. There's the zoning code, which is all the text of the rules, and the second part is the zoning map. So what was done back in 2004, and it was a multi-year, very expensive process, was to update the code section, but not the zoning map. So that's part of the answer to that question. The other piece is, in terms of the rezonings we're looking at right now, that really is tied to the other action of the council in 2024, which was the Economic Development Strategic Plan, which included policies to implement this multifamily accelerator program, which was based on the idea of finding commercial sites throughout town that potentially could be rezoned with this multifamily overlay strategy to allow multifamily compact development. So this project moved forward under that policy. So there's two different things going on, but they're both consistent with council policy. But the council always remains and has discretion to change zoning, change general plan when they see fit. This is consistent with policies that you have adopted recently. Let me get back to my notes.
I think we had another question about the airport overlay again.
Yeah, so the second question's the airport overlay zone is very close by, but it does not touch this property, but the hotel that's just to the north, that's correct. It is subject to the airport land use plan. That's one of the reasons the multifamily accelerator program looked at sites, near the airport, because these would be good housing opportunities for future industrial growth without being in that restricted zone. So that's one of the reasons this actually showed up on the multifamily accelerator program. In terms of noticing, this has been to Planning Commission and the City Council hearing. Both were noticed per our city standards. There's site notices, there's notices in the New Times, and then there's notices sent to property owners of record, but that is based on assessor information. So it's possible some folks, based on assessor information, might not have received that. That's why we have 3 different noticing processes, so folks do know about it. And then the traffic question, as Darcy mentioned, we did do an addendum to the previous CEQA documents that included a thorough traffic analysis. We have analyzed the traffic. This project actually creates less peak hour traffic than the industrial project would have done. So that's part of your findings tonight. Actually, resolution A, I believe, deals with that. So that is part of your application tonight.
Just for my information and maybe the public, when we notify people of a project, what's the radius? How far away from the project do we actually notify?
300 feet.
300 feet. Thank you. Okay. I think we answered most of those questions. We'll bring back to council. Then we have quite a few things to deliberate and talk about. Any discussion on these items before we move in?
Yeah, I'd like to, number one, I did have a chat on the phone with the developer. And one of the things we talked about is the fact that I sit here now on this side of the bench, but I was at one time the National Director of Market Analysis and Planning for the 26th largest developer in the United States. And we did a lot of projects like this, and also I've lived near these projects. This reminds me very much of the BESCO project on Piedmont Road in San Jose, over on the east side. And it's almost exactly the same situation, close to a major arterial. In fact, it fronted on a major arterial. And so they turned the units inward from that, which solved the sound problem. So and they've answered almost all the questions the same way that BESCO did up there in the Bay Area. And it's a very successful project, by the way. And the same type of townhomes, exactly the same thing. Then also, another good comparison is Sierra Bonita, right here. And that is the original Sierra Bonita, was mostly on one side of Turtle Creek and Turtle Creek Park, or what became Turtle Creek Park. Then the second phase went on the other side, and it backed up to industrial, just like this does. Only that was active industrial. It wasn't just planned industrial. It was actually already industrial. And sure enough, even though they'd moved in there came the complaints. And Fortunately, the owners of those buildings and the developer worked together, and they put in just some landscaping that deadened the sound sufficiently to solve the problem. So it doesn't always take walls. It takes the type of the planting that they've done for the plantings that they're going to do, and all the trees and the bushes. This is very well designed, and it takes into account a lot of that thing. And one of the reasons we do these rezonings, of course, is it's private property, number one, and we have changing economic conditions as well as changing community conditions. And right now, manufacturing is kind of being subdued in that area. And commercial is being overtaken by online commercial, unfortunately. So commercial has slowed down tremendously. That's why we have so many vacancies in some of our commercial buildings now. So this is an outstanding project that answers a question that we've been trying to answer for decades. And oddly enough, we don't have all the answers, and none of these things that we do are going to solve every single problem. That can only be done by the supreme God, and we're not him, and never will be. So we learn by our mistakes, but these are pretty good steps in that direction. And I like the project.
Thank you, Fred. Pro Tem Gregory.
Yeah. I'd like to make a couple interesting scenario comments. So the project recently by the Housing Authority in a commercial zone next to Kohl's. And that was funded with the kind of money that they're offering up for seed money for affordable housing. So I think it's a really nice project, and people have to make money on their projects. I get it, and that's really important. But what I like about this project is the price point, first of all. It's a needed price point for home buyers in our area. Willingness to hold on to some of those houses for zip code buyers locally is really nice. Well-designed project, well thought out. And they've really been trying to build something there for a couple of years. So they have a really good team, and I think they've come up with a really nice design project. And I think it's difficult to get a perfect project, but this project is hit on a lot of really good areas, and I think it fits a really nice marketing need for us. I don't know if there's a RENA number that we're benefiting from this, but it's definitely for low or moderate housing RENA numbers.
It'll definitely help, probably with our moderate category and for sure the above moderate, but both categories are, we're looking to build as many as possible.
Right, and this is really and truly what I call a step-up buyer home. So the $1 million homes on the far east side are out of reach, but $600,000 to $700,000, that's attainable for somebody to sell a $300,000 or $400,000 or $500,000 home and move up into a nice area like this. And so I like the project. So well planned out. Thank you.
Councilman Belch.
So in addition to Councilmember Strong and Gregory remarked, especially with the in lieu fees and the reservation for local buyers, I think that the timeline reservation, I think that's, if you can incorporate that, that's obviously a marketing decision on your part, but I encourage you to look at that. I do like the zero lot line. I think we as a city, if we are going to be serious about changing the dynamic of our housing, whether it's workforce, moderate, or we have to get creative. We have to be different. So I think we follow the example as presented here. It's a good project, makes sense. It's different. It might be uncomfortable for some, but it's something that we're going to have to embrace as we move forward. And probably, dare I say it, even more dense and even higher as we progress. We have to go vertical if we're going to solve this dilemma.
Okay. Councilmember Beal.
Thank you. As with the others, I also had a conversation with Mr. Stolte, along with Mr. Frace, along with the planning commissioner. I reviewed the planning commission meeting. It's a very interesting discussion, and I drove out to the site. Highly recommend. It's very important. I wanted to speak a little bit about kind of the location, because it does feel a little weird about that, but once you go out onto the site And once you know what we know now about what's happening into the neighborhood, about what will be happening, about the plans, like towards the connector, it really makes sense. This project becomes a bit of a buffer, right, between the different land uses. And we have overlays and we have options and we can modify things because the world is changing. We have new information. I can tell you, growing up here, I would have never imagined all of the houses on Golden Hill Road. I mean, at one point it was nothing and there was a big water tower and that was about it. We know, hopefully we are always learning, right? And we know more now than we did then. We know that our needs are changing. I think if they can really come in at this price point, if they can come in at a moderate or low workforce price point, that's a huge benefit for the community. It is a different type of product that we don't have a lot of right now, and I think it would help people move out of some of the rental properties and keep people moving through the housing ladder. I think it's close to amenities, it's close to 46, it's close to the park. I think it's good for circulation. It moves housing and development and activity kind of off of the Niblick and the Creston corridor, which I think there's a value to. So I'm supportive of this. I just want to, we've had some support of reserving for local zip codes. I would add reserving for owner-occupied local zip codes. I really want buyers who are going to live there to have a shot at these properties, so thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chris. I too, again, it's a great project, and I really appreciate staff and the developer working so hard to get this thing done. New tool, I mean, that offer of $60,000 that can grow to far more with granting and making other projects so more affordable is really what needs to be done. It's a new tool in the box, so to speak. Again, I really appreciate the design that you guys did, tot lot, young families, kids, it's going to be perfect for that kind of a effort for them to have ownership of a home. So I'm good with it at this point. Do we have anybody that would like to move forward on any kind of direction? Pro Tem
Mary Ann,
Gregory?
I'd like to make 6 motions, I guess.
Yep.
Is that right, City Attorney?
Individual motions?
Okay. So I'd like to thank the applicant for all the,
You don't need to do individual motions. You can do all of them in one motion.
all right, I can say a little more.
If you want to do 6, I don't want to stop
No,
you, but
I just want to thank
you're not
the-
legally required.
I want to thank the applicant for tenacity and keeping your vision and introducing a product to Paso Robles that I think we're going to see far more in the future because the cost of building is just changing, and this is a great way to deal with it. And I have confidence in Mr. Stolte and his team to put it together. So I get to make one motion, and so I'll make it as under, read the first in A, or you want me to just read the recommendation? What would you prefer?
We have a change on D that we have to modify a little bit. The changes to Exhibit B need to be eliminated on 36 and 37. So that was something that staff was asking for.
You can combine those in one motion.
Yeah, I like that exception. Okay.
The staff recommendation.
All right. I move that we approve Resolution 26XXXA, certifying amendment to the mitigated negative declaration for planned development 25-14, rezone 2503, modification 2604, vesting tested, tentative map, track map 3255, conditional use permit 2505, and oak tree removal 2509, and B through F with the noted changes requested by staff.
On D. On D.
On
right.
D.
Right. Okay, so we have motion by Gregory.
Question.
Sure.
Does that include the staff removing the recommendation, removing those 2 paragraphs?
That's what we were saying, yeah.
With changes to Exhibit B.
Okay.
With changes on Exhibit
Yeah.
B.
On D, we're changing Exhibit B to eliminate 36 and 37 per staff recommendation. So we have a motion by Gregory, second by Bausch. Discussion? Okay, we'll call for the question, Melissa.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you.
Build it.
All right, got to keep going here, guys, we're getting late. Discussion items. We'll close public hearings on that, number 5, and then move on to item 1 and discussion. Second reading title only, adoption of ordinance 1168, authorizing an amendment to CalPERS contract to reduce cost-sharing amendment or agreement for the unrepresented confidential, professional, and management employees in the police and fire safety members. Shannon, go ahead. Yeah, it's not very loud.
How about now? There we go.
There you go.
This evening, I bring before you the final steps in amending the city's retirement contract as it relates to safety manager cost-sharing contributions. So just to summarize again, by way of background, the city contracts with CalPERS to provide retirement benefits for eligible employees. The contract includes 3 member categories: police safety, fire safety, and miscellaneous, each with different benefit tiers. Retirement benefits are determined by a formula based on years of service, age at retirement, and highest reportable compensation. The city's contract requires contributions from both the employee and the employer. State law allows employees to share in the cost of the employer's contribution, which is commonly referred to as cost sharing. Currently, Tier 1 and Tier 2 safety managers cost share an additional 10%. Those in the Pepper tier cost share an additional 6%. These additional contributions directly affect take-home pay and have increasingly been identified as a factor affecting recruitment and retention of public safety management personnel. In response, on December 16, 2025, Council approved a wage and benefit summary for management employees that includes a phased reduction in cost sharing for safety managers of 3% in 2026, an additional 2% in 2027. Once fully implemented, these changes will align safety manager contributions with those of Police Officers Association and strengthen the city's competitiveness among peer agencies. Changes to the city's contract must follow a specific statutory process. Completed thus far is approval of a resolution of intention and introduction and first reading of the ordinance, which occurred on March 17th. Additionally, a secret ballot election of the affected employees was conducted as required by state law. The second reading and adoption of the ordinance is before you tonight. If approved, the amendment and 3% reduction will take effect on May 24th. The second amendment will follow the same process, will be brought before you later on this year to implement the additional 2% reduction for 2027. This concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Good, thank you, Shannon. Questions, council? Anyone from the public? Come forward.
Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. I think I brought this up at one of the last meetings, but I wanted to take a stab at it again. I worked for the state from 1985 until 2014. I sought early retirement because I was disabled and injured from my job. And what I've learned 10 years post-retirement, what a government pension gets you is a side hustle. I'm tier one. So, because I started in 1985. Now, the reason why I'm concerned about this is you guys know I've done writ of mandates against CalPERS, and I'm still fighting it now at the legislative level. Public safety, we have to be careful because you cannot resign in lieu of termination and apply for disability. It is one of the public safety's main clauses and one of the clauses I've been fighting because I was the first person they applied it on non-public safety officers. That went to the appeals court, SEIU lost. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because we have J20 monies for our public safety. What I read in this paperwork in this presentation is that the city is agreeing to increase money into your health benefits and then do the cost reduction on the pension. So my concern is, and I'll get better calculations, but I believe that in CalPERS system, up to 30% of our public safety retire disabled, primarily ortho and PTSD. And I will tell you, CalPERS is a machine in denying public safety disability applications. They could be on pension, disability pension for 5 years, and if CalPERS gets wind that they had a bad act that caused them, to leave, they will go back and take that money back and make that public safety person pay it back. So the reason why I make a beef out of this is because it is a law that I think is unfair to public safety. They do get out early. Again, primarily it's ortho and PTSD. Fire, I have read, retired disabled more than police. So the point of saying all that, for the state, Pete Wilson gave me IOUs. Arnold Schwarzenegger gave us the 555 plan. I testified at the Capitol against Schwarzenegger, all that stuff. So all that in one big bubble to say this. Please find a way to get raises. This contract is swift work. So 3% less, 6% less, 2% less. The union says it all the time. 3% is negligible. I know the state went for a different formula in their last contract, but I don't know if your CalPERS is 80-20 or 90-10. But regardless, please start looking for valid ways to get the staff raises. And if our J20 monies are for public safety, I would urge you guys to continue to give them raises with their money.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we'll close that. Anyone online?
No, sir.
Okay. Bring it back for discussion and/or action by council on this item.
Mayor Hammond, I'll make a motion.
Pro Tem Gregory, go ahead.
I recommend we approve the second reading by title only and adopt ordinance 1168, authorizing amendment to the contract between the City of Paso Robles and the Board of Administration of the California Public Retirement System for the management, police, and fire safety member categories.
Second.
Motion by Gregory, second by Beal. Discussion? Okay, we'll call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on, discussion item 2, that we have the approval of the Larry Marr revitalization concept and authorization to complete final design. Do we have Angelica? Yeah, you're doing that one for us. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Tonight, staff is requesting approval of the Larry Moore Park Revitalization Concept Plan, which will allow us to move forward until final design, development of cost estimates, and completion of traffic and environmental review. I think we're still waiting for some slides. I'll provide a brief overview of the project background, community input, key features before turning it over to the project landscape architect who will walk us through the concept in more detail. Can you go full screen? Thank you. Okay, so Larry Moore Park was originally developed in the 1980s and was part of the Landscape and Lighting District. Over time, limited maintenance funding led to deterioration of park amenities. In 2016, the city assumed ownership and made key improvements. However, the site still does not fully meet current overall community needs, particularly the demand for youth sports field, which was an identified opportunity for future expansion of amenities at Larry Moore Park back in 2016 when the map depicted here on the slide was developed. More recently, funding from the Pioneer Park sale has allowed the city to move forward with formal development of that concept plan, which is the project we are discussing today. To support this effort, the city retained a multidisciplinary team. David Voll's Design is leading landscape architecture, and SWCA is supporting an environmental and transportation analysis.
As part of the process, 3 outreach workshops were conducted, and the concept was reviewed and endorsed by the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. These workshops allowed the community to provide feedback regarding key amenities to include, but also several key concerns were consistently raised by nearby residents. These included traffic and parking impacts, lighting and neighborhood compatibility, increased park usage, and concerns related to safety and homelessness. The concept plan was developed to directly respond to those concerns. Key features include additional parking to reduce overflow, a below-grade lot to minimize visual and noise impacts, controlled access through lockable gates, and youth-focused field design that will limit intensity of use. Lighting has been carefully designed using energy-efficient LED systems to improve visibility while maintaining neighborhood compatibility. The proposed project includes a range of amenities to serve the community. These include 3 youth-focused athletic fields, playgrounds and climbing features, courts, picnic and shaded areas, and senior fitness space. The project also includes restroom storage and connections to the Riverwalk Trail system. Simultaneously, technical studies are underway to support the project. A transportation analysis is evaluating traffic circulation, speed, and intersection performance, while environmental review is being conducted in compliance with CEQA, including biological, cultural, and air quality considerations. Approval of the concept plan is a key milestone that allows the project to move forward into final design and development of construction documents. It also allows completion of the environmental review process, including preparation and public circulation of an initial study mitigated negative declaration, which will be available for public review and will return to council for consideration along with the traffic analysis and final design. City Council has already approved funding to advance the design with approximately $594,000 remaining to complete final design. This has already been allocated. Once a final design has been approved, future phases will focus on identifying funding for construction. As you are aware, this project will need to be reviewed along with other park priorities, including the Beechwood Park, the Parks and Trail Master Plan, and potentially additional West Side Park space. Tonight's request is to approve the concept plan and authorize staff to proceed with final design. At this time, I'll turn it over to Gary Vasquez with David Wohl's Design to walk us through the concept drawings and provide additional details.
Thank you, Angelika. Larry?
Good evening. Gary Vasquez with David Wohl's Design. I'm the Director of Design. I'm happy tonight to present the concept plan for Larry Moore Park. This process started late 2024, I believe, when we first kicked off our community meeting on the site, where we had a pretty good attendance, and we walked around the site. We asked the participants to be a landscape architect for a day. They shared with us all their wish list items, if you will, that they would like to see go into this park site. They also shared with us a lot of their concerns about potential flooding, homeless coming from the riverbed. We heard a lot of that tonight. Lighting issues, traffic issues. We took all that into consideration, and this is where we're at today. I think it's pretty much a consensus plan. Now, not everything that people wanted to see in this park went in the park, I have to say. There were some things that didn't quite make the list so far, but it's not too late to add things here and there, obviously, as we move forward on this. First of all, I want to talk a little bit about the parking. There was concerns about on-site, off-site parking, and the layout of the parking you see there is kind of in a linear fashion along Riverbank Road. And the main entrance to the park with a vehicle would be off Bridgegate and Riverbank Lane there. That point of park entrance is the low point, and you can drive in and go north to the right, or go south to the left. There is one point that a vehicle can enter, which is at that Bridgegate Lane. But there are 2 points of access. We thought that this was, again, this plan kind of evolved from the previous concept. There would be an additional point to access the parking lot to prevent any kind of traffic backup in the parking lot. So that you can kind of see that on the south end of the design there. We designed the parking lot to be lower than Riverbank Lane for a couple reasons. We realize that this park will most likely will be utilized in the evening, and there was a lot of concern about headlights and things like that. So by taking into consideration the existing topography, that parking lot is lower than the elevation of Riverbank Lane, and all the parking spaces are pointing or pointed in the direction of the Salinas River there. So headlights would be actually pointed out towards the field itself. Parking is, we were able to get about 90 plus parking spaces, about 45 plus to the north of the main entrance and 45 to the south of that main entrance. There are a couple of features that kind of dictated how things got laid out within our park area there. I don't know if you can see number 26 there. That is an existing drain swale that drains water from the adjacent neighborhood. And then there's 2 of them actually. The 26 is one on the south and then one on kind of the northern part, 26. So rather than, we didn't want to really touch those. We wanted to really take those elements and maybe even enhance them and make them incorporate those into the park design itself. So those are actually enhanced little drain swales, riparian areas that currently have a lot of willows and things like that. And we would add more willows, more sycamore, more riparian type plantings in both those drain swales. But what it creates are kind of 3 separate areas in the park. The further south area there, I'm going to show you some enlargements in a second to get a better idea, but real quickly, we got a major, the main playground area on the south side. The middle section or the core of the park is where you see the fields, and the kind of the northern part, that little pork chop area, is more of what we would, you would see more of passive activity, I guess, or passive space there. So let me go to this next slide here. This is the playground I just mentioned. It's on the southern end of the park. By creating the linear parking lot, you're kind of spreading out the parking along the entire park site. So kind of you're getting people to the entire park there. This playground itself, we thought, believe it or not, the Salinas River does have there is a beaver, and there is a group in San Luis Obispo that is in trying to reintroduce the beaver to the Salinas River. I'm not sure how successful they are, but that kind of sparked an idea of how we can incorporate that theme into the play area. So this playground is kind of a real play experience. It will be a real play experience for kids. It'll be undulating play surfacing. The blue that you see kind of running down the playground there would be kind of assimilated, if you will, a creek or river. We'll have some kind of log bridge net climbers, things like that. It'll be kind of an imaginative, really fun, I think, play environment. There is a company that actually does beaver dams out of these large logs. So it's going to be an imaginative kind of play environment for kids. We'll also have the lower brown, number 16, is a restroom facility. Currently, you do have a restroom on the site. We would be proposing both this new restroom as well as the newer restroom I'll show you in a second. And to the right of the main kind of playground would be another play area, primarily for the younger kids, the 2 to 5 year olds, in and amongst a pollinating type garden featuring plants that are pollinators that attract the bees and the butterflies and things like that. So it's kind of an interpretive play environment for young kids. And I should say, the main playground itself would be designed in a way, and this play equipment would be all-inclusive in terms of attracting people of different ages and different play abilities as well. So it wouldn't just be one major play structure, but play elements that are scattered in and amongst the playground, and that they would all be accessible and attract kids and of all play levels, skill levels. So character images on the right there kind of gives you an idea of what we were kind of striving for. So as we move more towards the core of the park or the middle of the park, that's where we find, I think, more of the active spaces there. What you're seeing, what we're looking at are 2 baseball fields. The size of those fields would be 250-foot outfield fences. That's for kids usually 12 years old that play baseball. There are also adequate fields for girls' fast pitch, slow pitch softball. There would be temporary fencing in the outfield because hopefully this field could also be used for soccer. The soccer field overlay that you see there would accommodate a U12 aged soccer kids that play U12. And we would have for the baseball fields shaded spectator bleachers. We would also have the dugouts, bullpens for both fields, and each field will also have an equipment storage facility for field prep that's always usually required. We're talking about lighting these fields here. These would be lit. And to the right, again, some kind of character images of what this could look like. I should mention these, we found these silos that can be converted into picnic shade shelters. So number 9 there, there's these kind of the gray circles, pinwheels, and in the character image that you see on the lower right there, that's kind of a silo that's been modified that we thought could be a unique kind of feature within this particular park. And I'm going to go down to this area here. This kind of brownish beige kind of piano key pattern element is a designed shade canopy that this whole thing is what we're referring to as a paseo. Underneath that shade canopy, you could drive food trucks and other vehicles underneath there, and this is becomes kind of a special shaded place for the community to use, for farmers market, things like that. So more of a community use space there adjacent to the fields. And number 5, the new restroom building there. And to the right of the restroom building, you see this kind of multiple green organic shaped element. That is actually a full court basketball court. We thought we could probably do something kind of creative and interesting with the court surfacing. And adjacent to that would be a court used for smaller kids for, I think they call it a drop ball. It's just another hard court kind of play feature that kind of fits in really nice there. I didn't mention about the circulation around the park, but all those walkways, most of those walkways around the perimeter of the park would be 10 feet in width. That's a width that would be drivable for a park maintenance or patrol vehicle, something like that. And we're proposing to replace two of the existing bridges that cross the drain swales. You see one here. The new bridges would be vehicle rated, so you could actually drive probably a pickup truck across those crossings there. And if you were to do a loop around the entire park, if you were to jog or walk around the entire park, it would be about a mile loop, so you can kind of gauge how much exercise you want. This area is more of what I call what we're referring to as more of a passive park. It would have a native garden, some a native California native plant gardens with trails, decomposed granite, meandering trails through it. It would have a spot where it would provide exercise, large climbing rocks that would attract more of the older kids, teenagers, young adults, things like that. Number 4, that little oval you see there, would be a climbing rock, a slack line. If you know what a slack line is, there's a picture of a person kind of balancing, trying to navigate a slack line. And again, this kind of custom shade element that we would like to see could be incorporated again, is incorporated in this passive area here. Underneath that, we would like to propose more outdoor fitness equipment geared towards the senior-friendly outdoor fitness with some picnic areas. Again, the silo shade structure, again, incorporated and kind of repeated through all these different areas. So we modeled a few of these to kind of give you a better idea of what our vision was for these areas. The bottom left is kind of looking down what I refer to as the Paseo. It would be a wide enough paved area, again, to get a vehicle in and out of there, even a food truck, if you will. But also part of that would be spaces for seating, for gathering, things like that. And the upper right kind of gives you an idea of this full court basketball in proximity to the Paseo. And then the lower right, more shade canopies around the ball fields. This is some modeling we did early on of the playground itself. And you can kind of see in the upper right, maybe some net bridge crossing the rivers. We'd have embankment slides. We try to incorporate as much shade as we can. That's always something that is very desirable that we heard from the input we received. And the lower right is taking these silos and grain silos and modifying them and providing shade as well as spots to sit and picnic. Lighting was a big concern, so we put together this board just to illustrate some of the newer technology when it comes to field lighting and just general lighting in general. And it primarily has to do with the fixtures that they use to really direct and control the lighting so you don't have a lot of overspill. And that was a concern of especially the neighbors overlooking the park. They don't want a big light fixture, shining right at them in their living room. So this is our way of trying to explain to them with the new lighting fixtures, we can control the lighting and get the lighting directly on the fields or on the use spaces, on the spaces that are going to be used. I think that the parking on the lower left image there, plan view showing a parking lot, that kind of gives you a good idea of really how much you can cut off the lighting and control the lighting. So I think this was an effective tool that we shared with the community at one of the workshops and review sessions we had. And I haven't heard any complaints after that. So anyway, I'll end with that. And I'm happy to hear your comments, and I'm here to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions of Councilman Bausch.
Jerry, thanks. Great presentation. Just a quick couple of questions. One of the issues that came up during the design, the fall from the bathroom, being that the parking lot is going to be below street level, the fall to the sanitary in the street. Did we get a chance to look at that?
There's currently a restroom out there, and it's currently below the street as well. Our engineers feel they can figure out how to get
Okay.
everything connected and work correctly.
And then we talked about storage for the temporary fences for the ball fields.
Yes.
That's worked out?
Yes, we do have storage areas there on site where we could store fencing, temporary fencing there. We can probably make it a little bit bigger than we show it, but we can accommodate that for sure.
And then last, and I just, sorry I didn't think about this sooner, the shade structures, the silo, is that going to be galvanized? Do you know what material that is?
Yeah, it's a actual silo that's a galvanized steel, I believe, and you can paint it, give it different, finishes.
So it's some kind of heat reflective coating, it's going to get hot under that galvanized.
Well, it's all pretty open too, but.
Yeah, if you, so that's a commercially available product that somebody's converted into shade structure?
Yes, yeah,
You might
out of Texas.
of course, out of Texas. Yeah,
Yeah.
makes sense.
And
If they
again,
have like a reflective coating for
And
the
again,
top.
you're gonna give them a different finish, and maybe we can look into a finish that's not so absorbent of the heat or something like that.
Great design, thanks for your tenacity and sticking with us. The final design looks really good.
And I should mention in the grading, we did have our engineer, civil engineer, look at the grading. We have to balance the grading on site. There's gonna be some grading, we're gonna have to push some dirt around, but the idea is we're not taking any dirt away or bringing dirt in, so we can't change the hydraulics of the site.
Thank you.
Okay, I have one question on the parking to the south. You have that one, is that like a single lane out, like a one directional type of thing?
Yes, correct. We just wanted one point of exit at that southern end. We didn't want to give a person, a resident there was not, he didn't want to see anything on that end, to be honest with you. But we tried to place the exit in a way where a car coming up is actually between the two houses. So we just felt like just providing another exit would just help, lessen the traffic within the parking lot.
Yeah, and that is an exit only, not an.
Exit only,
Right.
yes.
But is that like a roundabout coming off the parking lot?
Yeah, we have roundabouts on both ends, the northern end as well as the southern end. So it gives a person an option of going around the roundabout and coming back down to the main entrance, or they can go out the single exit.
I see, okay. Yeah, no, this is great. I mean, it's a lot of stuff you packed into that. And clearly, a lot of things didn't make the list either.
Yeah.
But, no, it's a great project. Hopefully, we can afford it. Let's get some public comment on it, though. Anybody who would like to bring this up and say anything? Okay, anyone online on this, Melissa?
No, sir.
Okay, all right.
So Mayor Hammond,
Get it back to Pro Tem Gregory. You bet.
I'd like to make a motion.
Oh, we got Sharon.
Sharon Roden. Pardon me. I just wanted to remark that Larry Moore is going to be 95 this year, in a couple of months. He actually attended one of the, I took him to one of the meetings for the Parks and Rec, so the folks got to meet him. And I asked him, there's a lot of talk about what we should have, what we shouldn't have. And he said, well, I said, what do you want? It's named after you. He said, the kids need places to play. They need places to play sports. and communities need places to be together. So that's what he wanted. But I want to put my farmer hat on right quick. I saw some new studies that a lot of urban planning is utilizing male trees, pollen. The problem with that, and you know, the females produce the seeds and the fruit, and it's messy and people don't want to deal with it. But the problem is when you plant only male trees, you have volumes of pollen with no absorption. Allergy levels go up. VOCs, which are volatile organic compounds, go up. And the air quality goes down. Now, I know nobody likes cleaning up after, you know, seeds on the ground and everything, but I think as a community, we need to keep that in mind, that it's not always a good idea just to have a certain way so it just kind of looks clean, but think why you want to have male and female trees so that you have the absorption of the pollen as well. That's all I got.
Sound wisdom coming from somebody that knows a little bit about orchards and trees, so thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we'll come back. Pro Tem Gregory, you were going to take it from there.
I'd like to go ahead and make a motion and a comment. I move we approve the Larry Moore Park concept plan, direct staff to complete the design documents and find this action exempt from CEQA pursuant to state guidelines. And I'd like to thank the gentleman who put this together and went through all the public meetings, especially the beginning meeting, and he was writing as fast as he could go. But the people were happy with a lot of the things that you listened to, and the staff was there at all the different meetings. So thank you for a good job on getting this through the public input.
Motion by Gregory, second by Bausch. Discussion? Call for the question, Melissa.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
And let the record show that Councilman Strong left the dais, too. Yeah, thank you. Okay, moving on. We have one more here, pretty much. Item 3. Ashley, you're going to have this one. It's the approval of the San Luis Obispo County Regional Homeless and Affordable Housing Compact and receipt of the Regional Homeless Services in inventory. Ashley.
Okay. Good evening. Tonight's item reflects both the progress we've made locally and the importance of continuing to work together at a regional level to address homelessness and housing challenges. As outlined in the staff report, homelessness is a complex countywide issue that requires shared responsibility, coordinated planning, and alignment across our jurisdictions. Over the past several years, we've made meaningful progress here in Paso Robles and across SLO County, but we're also facing increasing pressure from limited and declining state and federal resources. That makes strong regional collaboration more important than ever. The Regional Homelessness and Affordable Housing Compact before you tonight is a non-binding collaborative framework designed to align our efforts, improve our competitiveness for funding, and reinforce a shared commitment to addressing homelessness in a thoughtful and effective way. To walk you through the process and progress to date, and provide more detail on the compact, I'd like to invite Linda Belch, Deputy Director of Adult and Homeless Services with the County of SLO, to present. Following the presentation, staff recommends that the City Council approve the resolution approving the SLO County Regional Homelessness and Affordable Housing Compact and receive the Regional Homeless Service Inventory.
Linda, welcome.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you so much for this opportunity to present. Homelessness is a regional challenge affecting all communities. Today, I will share a brief progress update, a short funding overview, and share why approving the Regional Homelessness and Affordable Housing Compact is the next necessary step to sustain and accelerate local results. The 5-year plan was approved and adopted by the County Board of Supervisors in August of 2022. The plan recognized that addressing homelessness requires partnership across sectors and requires the collective effort of public, private, and nonprofit organizations working together to build a seamless, well-resourced system that is easy to navigate and minimizes barriers for the people we serve. The plan was designed with this shared responsibility in mind. Reaching its goals depends on coordinated efforts by the county, the cities, and community stakeholders. In that spirit, we have worked alongside each other to implement system-wide changes, address gaps, and advance our collective vision. One thing is clear. The 5-year plan set aggressive goals and asked for system-wide support, and it is evident from our progress that everyone is showing up and the difference is noticeable. In the past 2 years across the board, we have built system capacity, including a dedicated homeless services division, dedicated homeless services managers embedded with cities, data modernization through HMIS migration, expanded shelter and affordable housing, and targeted behavioral health interventions like the Sobering Center and CAT teams. We launched practical pilots, including a rotating safe parking, overnight parking pilot program, and the Blue Bad project here on Paso Robles. We also improved coordinated entry processes and the point-in-time count. All of this is underpinned by growing regional collaboration. And the City of Paso Robles has been a key regional leader in all of these efforts, including their strategic plan, expanding resources, and a focus on meeting the needs of the residents of its community. The homeless services system encompasses more than those individuals served on a single night of the point-in-time count. The system experiences both inflow and outflow as people experience homelessness for the first time or reach permanent destinations. In 2025, our numbers show an encouraging trend as we saw more people exiting the system than entering for the first time. While our HMIS data shows an overall increase in the number of unduplicated persons served between 2022 and 2025, we should consider this a good sign that our investment into revising and strengthening the homeless services system, including migration to the new HMIS, has paid off in a more comprehensive data capture that shows the true scope of need in San Luis Obispo County. At the same time, as measured by the point-in-time count, from 2022 to 2024, the County of San Luis Obispo saw a 31% reduction of individuals experiencing unsheltered homelessness and a 19% reduction in overall homelessness. Our early results from the 2026 point-in-time count indicate we will see another drop in both of these measures, resulting in an overall drop of 24% in total homelessness and a 42% drop in unsheltered homelessness since the plan began. What is most important here is trajectory. The homeless services system saw a 31.7% increase in persons served and a 42.5% decrease in first-time homelessness, and a 44.4% increase in permanent housing exits. While improved HMIS participation contributed to better data capture and likely accounts for some of the increase in the numbers of persons served, the decrease in first-time homelessness reflects significant investments in prevention services. At the same time, increased exits correspond with an increase in affordable and supportive housing units coming online. The chart before you shows funding that comes through the Homeless Services Division. One item to note is this is not inclusive of all funding that is invested into the homeless services on an annual basis, as some county departments, such as behavioral health, also receive funds for housing, and those are not included in this chart. Additionally, as demonstrated by the regional inventory, cities also provide funding directly to homeless services providers. However, as a system, our biggest risk is shrinking state and federal funding and a lack of a dedicated, ongoing funding source for homeless services. The largest source of funding in the past several years is one-time funding made available through the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention, or HAP program. While there is one more HAP round planned, HAP Round 7 has been reduced to $500 million statewide, which is half of what previous rounds have been allocated at. And additionally, by design, counties are eligible for HAP funding based on unsheltered homeless data. This means that San Luis Obispo County will be eligible for less funding in HAP Rounds 6 and 7 than we were in prior rounds because of our success in deploying those dollars and achieving results. North County serving projects received on average about $2.5 to $3 million annually over the previous 3 fiscal years. Homelessness is a countywide challenge requiring unified action. Actions taken by one jurisdiction can directly affect neighboring communities, making regional coordination essential. The compact formalizes and strengthens this collaboration to improve outcomes, efficiency, and competitiveness for shrinking resources. It focuses on better alignment of efforts and resources and aims to position the county and cities to be more competitive. In 2025, the Homeless Services Division, in collaboration with the county's executive office, worked closely with the steering committee comprised of city managers from Atascadero, San Luis Obispo, and Grover Beach to develop the Regional Homelessness and Affordable Housing Compact. This document recognizes the complexity of addressing homelessness in San Luis Obispo County and sets forth a voluntary collaborative framework through which participating jurisdictions commit to shared principles to guide individual and collective actions. This compact recognizes a simple truth. The vast majority of people experiencing homelessness in San Luis Obispo County have lived in our county for more than 5 years. They are longtime residents, our neighbors, and part of our community. The compact seeks to build momentum and consistency around a shared set of principles. Having shared principles is essential because they give every jurisdiction a common foundation for decision-making. They help us align policies, coordinate services, and pursue joint funding with a stronger, united voice. These principles also ensure we communicate clearly with the public and hold ourselves collectively accountable for measurable progress. The compact helps move the region from a collection of individual efforts toward a more coordinated and mutually reinforcing system of response. Importantly, each jurisdiction maintains its own authority while working toward shared regional priorities. By approving this compact, we strengthen our regional partnerships and position our communities to respond more effectively and position ourselves to be more competitive for state and federal resources. The compact includes a regional homeless services inventory, which documents programs, investments, and services provided by each jurisdiction. The inventory improves transparency and helps identify opportunities to strengthen coordination and address gaps in housing and services across the county. This report provides a comprehensive look at the strategies, investments, and collaborations underway across all 7 cities and the county to address homelessness. It highlights not only the breadth of services being provided, but the strong regional coordination that continues to grow between jurisdictions, service providers, and community partners. I want to highlight 3 data points that stand out as particularly important. First, every city and the county participates in the Unsheltered Point-in-Time Count and in the Homeless Services Oversight Council, demonstrating full regional alignment in data collection, system measurement, and systemic decision-making. Second, all jurisdictions contribute funding and resources, directly or indirectly, to core homeless services such as outreach, shelter, and rapid rehousing. This shows a clear countywide commitment to sustaining and investing in the system. Third, the county plays a critical role as a lead for key federal and state compliance activities, including administration of the Homeless Management Information System, oversight of HUD planning and reporting, and serving as the lead applicant for many state and federal funding streams. This core strategic planning and coordination effort supports our region in positioning ourselves to be competitive for funding and maintaining a unified, coordinated approach. The inventory makes one thing clear. Addressing homelessness in San Luis Obispo County is a shared priority and responsibility, and every jurisdiction is showing up. Approving the compact gives us structure without mandates. It formalizes collaboration, aligns our shared principles, strengthens competitiveness for grants, and promotes clear communication with the public. It also helps us manage encampments with empathy while maintaining safety and stewardship. To be explicit, the compact does not transfer zoning or land use authority. It does not obligate new spending. It is not a JPA and does not impose programs or policies. Each jurisdiction keeps full autonomy. Approving the compact builds on the collaboration that is already working. It strengthens our eligibility for scarce funds, reduces duplication, and improves outcomes with shared accountability. It is low risk and high impact. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Linda, are we complete on that one then? So,
So can I ask a question?
sure, we're ready for questions.
All right, come on back up to the mic. So I want to read Exhibit A. Promote transparency and accountability. We will share data and communicate clearly with the public. You have also comments, strengthens data sharing, data and communication. Why don't we have the information for them at HMIS?
So
Can you explain that? We are contributing, we're paying for it as taxpayers, and you're not sharing that with the city of Paso Robles. Is there a reason?
So your question is the specific HMIS data for the city of Paso Robles?
For the county?
So there's 2 data dashboards that are available to the public. So if you go to the county's homeless system that is on the DSS website, there is a dashboard that has HMIS data for the county that is available that outlines multiple different data points that are available for you to look at. We are also in the process of working with IT to make a real-time dashboard that can actually be changed and kind of manipulated in different ways. Having real live data is understandably a more complicated measure than one might imagine, so that's going to be a little bit further out. That is in process. Then for the city of Paso Robles in specific, actually just today we were able to finally get to a place of having a report specific for the city that has your city-specific data. We've gone through several iterations of that over the past several months, working with Ashley, who's been super wonderful about advocating for what you need, and that was actually just provided earlier today.
So my reason for my question is that we're taking this matter very seriously in homelessness and trying to give it as much care as we can. And these are tools that we can use to help provide better service. As you can see how the effort that Ashley's putting into her work for us. So as a council person, I'm concerned because I like sharing information with everybody.
Sure.
Especially when it's a regional problem, countywide, North countywide, everywhere. And the more you share and the more you give us, the easier it is to plan. I'm not against this process, but I want shared information, and everybody wants that. So that's my comment on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Anything over here on the side? Chris Bowser? Okay, let's open up to the public. Anyone have a question on this one, please come forward.
All right. This is my witching hour. You guys ready to go to 3 a.m.? Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. I already spoke with Linda and Ashley. This is part 2 of what I was to say earlier. I spoke with a lot of the local advocates, because I know Chris isn't. They come to me. So what we discussed in the end was that what they find would be really helpful in this city is having a resource center for the homeless. I said to Ashley, there's one thing that's different of what Kimberly Booth is doing and placing 12 to 13 people in a short period, and what ECHO is doing and everybody else is mail. Once their mail became consistent, things like Social Security processes, going to appointments, getting to the doctor, getting their mental health checks, those things start happening when people get their mail. So speaking with Kimberly, Bob, and other people, what they're, and I, just to preface this, I worked with every homeless advocacy agency in the Bay Area for 14 years. Well, since I was a kid. I mean, we're talking about San Francisco, Oakland, and Cocoa County's finest. I did primarily disabled children cases for 10 years. But when I did do hands-on with homeless, but my favorite part was when I was a kid, about 19 years old, working at a resource center that had everything available. So what I wanted to say as part 2 is that I'm hoping that somewhere along the line with the $20 million that the county received, I'm hoping we can get more money from them, or then maybe ECHO can maybe surrender another room, and or the city can find a room where our homeless can go get their mail, because their mail is general delivery if they don't have a home address, and you see the riverbed where it is to the post office. It's a good 2 to 3 mile walk, and I've spoken to a couple of the homeless about that, and they don't go there to pick up their mail. I've been told that ECHO has thrown their mail away. So I don't know if you guys remember, but I sued the city a couple of years ago, and in that request, I asked for $1 million to buy the casino. I don't know how you do this, Chris, but I have a vision for the homeless here. and my district. Okay, so that casino, the reason why I wanted that $1 million, because I want that to be a vocational hub for the homeless. I wanted it to be a kitchen, job skills, soft skill, hard skills, and then at night convert it into a shelter. That would mean that place could hold up to 50 beds at night. There are so many things that we can do to make this happen now. And I give my commitment to Linda and Ashley. If they move forth and they're willing to do a resource center, I will call that a happy medium because I know the casino was sold. So that was my main reasoning for adding that $1 million in for the casino. Because I think that corner, Black Oak Corner, should be a vocational hub for the homeless.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone online, Melissa?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll close public comment and bring it back to council for direction and or action. Item 3. No? You want to make a motion on it?
Move to approve Resolution 26-XXX, approving the San Luis Obispo County Regional Homelessness and Affordable Housing Compact, and receive the Regional Homeless Services Inventory.
Okay, we have a motion by Beal.
I'll second.
I'll second, okay. Gregory, second. For discussion, none? We'll call for the question.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye,
Motion passes unanimously.
very good, thank you. Item 4 was deferred to a date uncertain, so we'll move on past that. Chris, what, you need to get on the road, so.
I'll defer my update until a future meeting.
Very good, and I'm going to push on our council business. Now, there's something really important that one of the council wants to share.
I think we defer.
Okay, there you go. So council is good on that. Upcoming events, Airport Master Plan is going to be tomorrow, April 22nd, 5:30. The Development Review Committee is April 27th at 4 p.m. Coffee with the City, Manager and Budget Overview Priorities for April 30th, 7:30 at the Patina Room, Cal Coast Brewery. Development DRC meeting is going to be April 4th at 4 p.m. City Council meeting is going to be the next one here for May 5th at 6 p.m. Norris Room.
Move to adjourn.
I was expecting. All right, we have a motion by Gregory, second? Oh, okay, good. All right, second by Bausch. All in favor? Aye. Stand adjourned.
Drive safely. You can get to probably.
Oh, no. No, I know. I've heard this before.
But you could
Yeah, I think
get
Chris
like
was actually talking about it.
I'll get you a little closer. Drive safe.
Chris,
I can't believe Fred
Chris
left.
Beal and I hate that.
Yeah.
I know. I've been there. I've seen it.
Luckily, we didn't need a super
Chris,
majority
get out
or
of here.
anything. I'm out of here.
Are you really going to try and get up here?
I'll figure it out.
Bananas and bubble gum.
We're good.
Chief,